Thank you, sir. You have spared the time from your very busy schedule. Sir, we are holding this national workshop on systematic review and meta-analysis under the aegis of the DHR and ICMR. And sir, as you have always emphasized of the need of evidence-based medicine implementation, we would like to brief you that we have got the best resource persons from the country, and we are covering all aspects of systematic review and meta-analysis, encompassing the clinical, interventional, diagnostics, as well as the preclinical studies and network meta-analysis, which are the recent advances. Sir, our emphasis in this workshop is to give a practical training on how to do the meta-analysis, how to critically appraise the paper, how to do the systematic literature survey, and how to do the risk of bias and grading of the evidence so that the participants gain the experience and implement it in their clinical practice to form the guideline. Now, this is our primary focus because these guidelines will ultimately lead to the formation of the policy. Sir, as you have unveiled the One Health policy for the state, I think this will be very helpful for the participants when they go to their centers and try to implement the evidence-based practice. Sir, we have also have participants from all over the state as well as from the Chhattisgarh and Odisha. Even though our numbers of seats were limited, we got overwhelming response and we have made it online available. The entire program is in our official YouTube channel. So yesterday, more than 500 people watched, and it is also there in the some of the professional organizations' website, so that they have made it available to their professional members. So with this brief introduction, sir, it is my privilege to welcome you, and sir will deliver the keynote address on evidence-based medicine in clinical practice towards one state, one health policy.
So, on the behalf of AIIMS Bhopal, I welcome all the esteemed faculty members and our participants to this very important workshop. That's a hands-on workshop on systemic review and meta-analysis. I'm happy to know that this workshop is being attended by not only persons from the state but also beyond the boundary of the state of Madhya Pradesh, and being a vast on tube channel so that more and more dissemination of the knowledge is possible. And I am very much sure and convinced that the role of evidence medicine, nobody would say that they are not aware of the role of evidence medicine, but how to reach any conclusion based on the evidences is based on your today's exposure to the systemic review and meta-analysis. And this is most important, most prestigious for me, and I'm very happy to share to all of you that we have started intramural systemic review and meta-analysis, uh, intramural promoting this type of activity amongst the faculty members and the residents, and we are sponsoring them as these two things. And this intramural support is other than the research project you are having the intramural support. But with this regards, I know uh, uh, that my colleague from KGMU is here, and I saw him doing a very good job there in the research cell, and you are heading the research cell now. You are heading. So I'm very happy, but a bit shaky also because I know his depth of knowledge. Speak in front of esteemed faculty members, her job to be, and moreover, for last 2 years, I have not done any such conference and have not presented any scientific paper because I totally changed from the academic to the administrative job. Even then, my team insisted that I should speak, so I will start. So I'm supposed to. So I'm supposed to speak a little bit on the evidence-based medicine in the clinical practice, and very proud to say that AIIMS Bhopal has started a unique concept of one state, one health, and now we have included one more wing to that, is one state, one health, one emergency. So all these SOPs which we prepared are based on the uh, concept of the systemic review, meta-analysis, and the evidences we have poured in a draft and has been circulated in various medical colleges. So this evidence medicine, why it is, I mean, everybody must have gone through this the nomenclature of this evidence-based medicine, but why it is needed? Why it's just a cosmetic term, or really it's means something? और मैं ही जो बोलता हूँ वही सब ठीक है, जैसा कि हमारी टीचर्स हमको पढ़ाते थे। दिस इज माय एक्सपीरियंस एंड यू हैव टू फॉलो माय एक्सपीरियंस, नाउ दिस इज चेंजिंग। So there are many types of practices out as far as the clinical practice is concerned, starting from our experience to opinion, consensus, faith, faith, profit based. It is very prevalent in nowadays in profit based because many big players, pharmaceutical companies and big players are there in the market who are taking the evidences against or in favor of some particular thing. But we have to rely on the evidences which are critically analyzed, and that critical analysis is through only. So it is actually evidence-based medicine is coming from the evidences which are based on the research, which are based on the clinical practices and the critical analysis of the outcomes of the critical of the clinical practices, as well as the feedback of the patients. If we are performing, I'm an orthopedic surgeon. Unless until I am operating I'm operating something, unless until we will not incorporate the advices of the or the inputs of the patient into our analysis, then that would, for me, that is not of good. Only लैब में बैठ के और बेड साइड बैठ के यदि हम लोग एनालिसिस करेंगे और पेशेंट को आउट कर देंगे, तो फॉर मी दैट इज an incomplete way. So we I consider that the patient preference should also be incorporated in our evidences. So why it is needed? Because uh, we have plenty of uh, problems. Day to day, we are facing many patient. Every patient is a new patient. Every problem is a unique in nature. So what should be done? And if that is being done by me, whether it has a scientific background or not, or it is only because why WIMS are my there. I am a senior most person, so I am using it because I am not comfortable with the others learning, and I am shy of accepting that other are more experienced and trained in other better this is so. If I put everything on the patient, because ultimate aim of any clinical practice is to give the maximum output to the patient to most satisfaction of the patient. So uh, these are the things where we can get the evidences from the books, from our experience, from very medical publication. Everybody knowing now there are paid publications, journals are paid. You pay the money, then you will get even the PubMed. I'm totally against it. This is my personal that PubMed are best. Don't believe that. The content maybe a non-PubMed may be better than the few of the PubMed articles. So we should not go into that controversy. But the thing is that the things which are being, please come in. So, so whether I am what I am talking or my boss is talking or my junior is talking is irrelevant unless until we are not able to analyze and produce the evidences against that. So, uh, evidence medicine, when we are talking, it is not only on the individual treatment of any patient, but also should be implemented on on making the SOPs which can be used for the national at the national level, maybe state level, for health policies or making health policies or analyzing the health policies which are already exist. So everything will would be acceptable to the policymaker if you are able to use the evidence that are significant, that are analyzed by the expert and can be reproducible. The most important thing is whatever your conclusion, if you are only drawing those conclusion and nobody else is getting those conclusions, then there is a big question mark on your thing. So uh, this based medicine is very significant as far as health policy and is concerned, and as a Institute of National Importance, AIIMS Bhopal is having this mandate of creating the evidences as well as producing the evidences for the policy makers so that they can analyze their existing policy and can modify it accordingly and may produce new policy as far as the it is concerned. So this is the unique thing which we have produced, and how we produce this evidence, that one brainstorming session was held in February 2024, and we organized and we invited persons not only from the medical colleges but practitioners also from professional medical associations, also IMA members. We have invited people from surrounding states, such as Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh. Everybody came, and more than 141, I feel, people were there who discussed 2 days such activity, brainstorming, and we identified around 24 such diseases on which we thought is very important, and we have to make a uniform policy, uh, evidence-based uniform policy, so that it can be used by all the person, even sitting in the periphery. So this was the state minister inaugurated it, and 117, sorry, 117 experts were there from different places, and most important was private practitioners were also into taking part into discussion. So we identified 25 priorities. We made working groups, and few of the things are the trauma and injuries, emergencies, critical care, general medicine condition, general surgical condition, maternal, pediatric, medical legal, and also the preventive aspect we discussed. And then we prepared a white paper for standard treatment policies for 25, and these were well circulated amongst the participant, amongst the government of Madhya Pradesh. I also presented it to the Honorable Chief Minister Uttar Pradesh, PG, and he was very excited to get it, asked me to come and present it by front for their department. So this paper, we release it, and still we are getting the feedback from different persons, and we try to make a standard treatment protocol. The goal of that protocol to enhance quality of healthcare, enhance quality of healthcare through the standardized treatment. My concept was The patient is not at AIIMS, but he or she is sitting in a remote area in a village where qualified doctors are there, but the limitation of the infrastructure and the resources are not able to give proper optimum treatment. But at least we should identify few of the condition, must identify few of the steps which they can take. And we made these protocols depending on the availability of the resources. Suppose resources at PSC are different from CSC, different from community this district hospital, then from the medical colleges, and then tertiary centers like us. So it is everybody. Our minister was saying कि वहाँ पे तो ये सुविधाएं नहीं है, डॉक्टर साहब कैसे करेंगे? So we explained them that it is not that whole treatment which we are asking, but to start the basic treatment so that there should be a continuity of the treatment from periphery to the center, and the loss of time should not affect outcome of the patient. And we should not say कि भाई आपने ये इलाज किया, आपने समय खराब कर दिया. ऐसा feeling नहीं होना चाहिए. That's why we made this policy. So it was we prepared a questionnaire which was based on the clinical needs, best evidences with which to answer these questions we provided, then critically analyzed the evidence for its validity, its impact and applicability on the clinical practice. Applying these evidences, our clinical expertise and our patient's unique biology, values, and circumstances in an integrated manner. This is very important that we cannot work in isolation. We have to be more in comprehensive as far as uh, our case is concerned, and then we are in the process of analyzing our outcomes. So, the transformation of the evidence to the practice is a very gradual and lengthy and difficult process, but it is very important that because evidences you create which are well and analyzed should make a guideline. Then the practitioner will start working on guidelines, and then we will incorporate their outcomes and their feedback and inputs. Then it will be a practice, and then from practice it will become a policy, maybe state or national. So for me, every decision will have to be based on a systemic appraisal of the best evidences available in the context of the. In India, you have to, the last three words are very, very important because whenever we talk about the evidences and practices, we compare ourselves to the Western countries which may have the best possible availability. And we cannot implement just copying them and putting them in our perspective because we are having a different need, have structure, infrastructure is different, everything is different. So we have to make our own policies. So what are the barrier to the evidence based is the क्योंकि आदत है कि just follow others. हमारे सीनियर ने कह दिया we are very comfortable आता कि हमने कर दिया वो हम चाहे सही है या गलत. Uh, for me that is not a good. Everybody is clinician. That नहीं, you are having any query you have visit, but this this discussion will only be possible if you are having a mind full of questions. अभी भी मेरे पास एक ऐसा डायरी टी आई डोंट नो हाउ ही वो हमेशा बोलते थे जब भी आप अपने पास रखिए डायरी रखिए क्वेरी हो उसमें लिख लीजिए और बाद में जब समय मिले तो आई स्टिल मेंटेन दैट ऐसा डायरी. And different modes of practices. Some are working in villages, some working in cities, some in metros, some in corporate hospital, some in AIIMS where the resources are very, very limited. They are having plenty of from everyone. हमें जो भी देना है बेस्ट देना है जहाँ तो उनको देने की बारी आती है they remain silent. And course, lack of skill to appraise the evidence and meant for activities meant for that only. So traditional approach was different, and now today, after 2 days of hands-on workshop, I think our thinking pattern will change. And the meta analysis again, you have to identify a question should be relevant. For me, uh, that we if you are having 1 lakh rupees in 5 lakh, you having kids for 5 lakh. Okay. So I got one lakh rupees for meta analysis. That was the first, and वो भी एक तो तो हम लोगों ने यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द क्वेश्चन। क्वेश्चन को आइडेंटिफाई करने में क्या जरूरत है? दो दो चीजें हैं। आप ऐसी चीज करिए जो रेयरेस्ट हो, आप सोचे प्राइज मिल जाए। दूसरी चीज है कि क्या इसके करने से हमको how many people will be affected and how my practice will affect. So for me, the second is a better choice for me, but it depends on everyone. Then you have to analyze it. There is a procedure which you will learn in the course of thing, and this is program is aimed today's program is aimed towards the training and imparting skill to the develop evidence uh, specific guideline in clinical medicine, diagnostic, nursing, and traditional. Very important thing in cooperation of creating evidences for the traditional medicine, incorporating these evidences of traditional medicine with the modern medicine evidence, taking care of the so-called integrative health with the incorporation of traditional and modern medicine, and also the evidences for the practices for nursing. Very important. So most of the time when we talk only about the doctors and the material factors. I feel is for nursing and the traditional medicine is also very important because in our new education policy, we are supposed to integrate. AIIMS Bhopal is integrating. We are putting our interns and the Ayush. They are going regularly, getting the basic knowledge about that, and our patient being referred from surgical medicine. I So we are practicing that integration. And with this, I'm grateful for organizers for giving me this opportunity. जब मैं आ रहा था तो रहा था क्या बोलूं, अब तो दूसरी तरीके की बातें करते पढ़ाई लिखाई वेरी मच कॉलिंग मी आई एम वेरी मच that the best hand sitting and but this is not a monologue. It should less until you will not raise your question here, then you will never be able to raise your question here. They are the best persons who can answer it. They are not getting answer, they will find out the answer. When you will be after this conference, when you will be out of this conference, I feel that you should the same thing. The faculty member, residents, the not only the knowledge, but why evidence important, how evidence was coming, how it can be implemented, and implementation not be biased. Thank you very much for and
No, sir. And I hope our this small initiative with your support and guidance will contribute towards your big vision of establishing a network in this part of the India for evidence-based medicine and improving the public health and reducing the regional imbalance. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this session, sir. We will have a group photograph.
Morning and welcome to the second day of this session. So today we will be discussing about systematic search of databases, scope and concepts. So after one day of workshop, we learned about importance of searching databases. Anyone? At least three databases. Okay. Yes. That's an important point. Its requirement is to have a complete search. The research question, the PICO, what you have formulated, your search should be comprehensive enough to accommodate all the possible literature which is required for synthesis of evidence. Because if you leave some papers which may be having more importance, then your results will not be good. What else? Yeah, reproducible. Yes. So that itself is the part of teaching, that whatever search strategy you devise should be reproducible. Otherwise, you may have made an error in developing the search strategy. Other person may find and report this search strategy is not appropriate. So, what do you think is published? What type of literature usually get published? Yeah, positive results. So, whatever is published, most of the literature is positive results. What is not published, or what is not published in an indexed form, or what is not published in a good journal, or what is not in good databases is usually negative. And most of the negative results are where in it's in your I think it's in your desktops. जो हम स्टडीज करते हैं, कई सारी स्टडीज हम पब्लिश इसलिए नहीं करते हैं क्योंकि we do not get some p-value significant, some positive results, some outcomes which can be published. We are hesitant to write the paper on that work. When we write the paper, we usually do not get it published because there are repeated comments coming for this, and the journals editors are also not very receptive about results which are not positive or which are not creating any change in the current recommendations. So it is important to do a systematic search to include all types of available publications, specifically when we are talking about systematic analysis, then randomized control trial. So we have a large amount of databases, gray literature, published, unpublished literatures, conference abstract. So we will be discussing it one by one. So this presentation outline will be like that. We will be discussing about defining the research question. We will be discussing about identifying databases to search. We will discuss about develop search terms, applying this search filters, conduct the search, document the research process, screen and deduplicate results, and report the search in the review. How the search strategy which you have devised is presented in a review which is released. So first coming to define the research question. So coming back to again to basics, for any research question, the standard format for medical health is PICO. For randomized control type of studies with two groups, one is intervention, one is control. So PICO is population, intervention, comparison group, and outcome. So these four terms is very important because whatever you will be searching will depend upon the PICO you have taken to move forward, and depending upon these four components of PICO, you will be searching keywords and making your strategy for search. Along, besides PICO, there is SPIDER framework for social science and education. There is SPICE framework for public policy, and there is an FTS framework for environmental sciences. So largely, we will be dealing with PICO format for our type of studies. So again, just we will be taking an example, a simple example of PICO, adults with type 2 diabetes, insulin therapy versus oral medication. And what will be the outcome? Simple outcome, blood glucose control. Okay. So next, what databases we have to search? So as has been pointed out, at least 3 databases to search for Cochrane reviews and additional searches for finding other publications related to the topic. So which sources to search? The first one is bibliographic databases. PubMed, MEDLINE, Scopus, Embase, Central, all these are part of these bibliographic databases. We also search ongoing studies and unpublished data studies. Why it is important? Yes, डुप्लीकेशन, दे में भी डुप्लीकेशन, कभी हम काम करते हैं तो सबसे पहले क्या करते हैं? हमने अगर पेपर कोई कंप्लीट कर लिया तो सबसे पहले वी ट्राई टू प्रेजेंट इट इन अ कॉन्फ्रेंस, सेट की तरह प्रेजेंट कर देते हैं, पोस्टर की तरह प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं. A good abstract may be having all the content which is required for a randomized controlled trial, and the data which is available is where? Data is on the registered clinical trial site. जैसे अगर हम CTRI में रजिस्टर करते हैं तो there is a format. So you register, you put details about the search strategy, inclusions, exclusion. When you get results, you have option of putting the results also there. So if results is available, outcome is available, all things are available, but it takes some time to write a paper and publish it. So if all this information is already available and it is according to your PICO framework, it is okay. It justifies what you have developed in your PICO, then these type of ongoing studies and unpublished data can also be included in your search strategies. Trial registers and trial results registers also are one of the components. Regulatory agency sources and clinical study reports. So sometimes government asks for a particular reports about some disease or some healthcare issues. That is comprehensively done and it is published in some form in the government sites, but is not available in PubMed or Embase, but it has some data which is I think useful for your search strategy, then it can also be incorporated. Clinical study reports. What is clinical study reports? Sometimes the pharma companies also, when they do a study, they for filing FDA approval or approvals in Indian market, they submit a dossier, which is also available freely later on. So this dossier contains all the related information. So for detailed information, you can also go to these type of publication, because in a published literature there is always a स्पेस लिमिटेशन. मीन्स आपको 10-12 पेज में अगर या 15 पेज में लिखना है तो you may be omitting many other things which you have done but you have not reported in that form, in that publication. But in appendices usually we upload additional information, bills, and in filing for FDA regulations or Indian government regulations, you have to upload all the documents, all the data you have produced. So you can also go to these sites to search for additional data records regarding your search strategy. And there are some other sources related to this. So we will be going one by one about detail about this. So what is bibliographic data? Database selection should be guided by the review topic. First, PICO is important, and searches for studies should be as extensive as possible to reduce the risk of publication bias. So one is Central. Central is Cochrane Central Register of Controlled Trials. So actually this is usually paid. तो आप अगर कॉकरेन में टाइटल रजिस्टर्ड है तो यू आर गेटिंग दिस डेटाबेस सर्च फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, अदरवाइज इट्स अ पेड. The second is Medline, Medline PubMed. The third is Embase. So Embase is also paid. There are minor differences between these types of databases. And for Cochrane, it is recommended to please include all these three in synthesis of a topic. And include abstract from the majority of recent reports. It includes this headline and Embase includes abstract from recent report also. So it takes some time for Central to moderate all the information which is coming recently. So what is the difference between PubMed, Medline, and PubMed Central? Anyone? You have heard these three terms? Okay. So we can understand it in a simpler term. PubMed क्या है? PubMed is a search database. एक हमारे पास एक सर्च स्ट्रेटेजी के लिए एक इनपुट है, एंड ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन विच इज कमिंग, जो भी इंडेक्स्ड है पबमेड में, तो ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन विच इज रिसेंट आल्सो ऑनलाइन फर्स्ट प्री प्रिंट इज मेंशन्ड इन पबमेड. बट व्हाट हैपेंस, जैसे एक लाइब्रेरी है हमारे पास, लाइब्रेरी में 1000 नई बुकें परचेज होके आ गई, देन व्हाट द लाइब्रेरियन हैज टू डू, he has to arrange catalog it, है ना? So that step is headline. So once mesh term is produced, it's arranged, it is filed, and it goes in the medline. So there may be a delay of some time between PubMed to medline. Medline में कम हो सकता है, PubMed में ज्यादा होगा, क्योंकि वो recent सारी चीज विदाउट अरेंजमेंट उसने शोकेस कर दी है. And the third is PubMed Central, which is basically whatever full text is available is PubMed Central repository equivalent to Medline, but it is free. So what is PubMed? PubMed provides access to a free version of Medline. It's free. First thing is that PubMed includes up-to-date citation not yet indexed for Medline. PubMed databases contain more than 37 million citations and abstracts of biomedical literature. And additionally, PubMed includes records from journals not indexed for Medline. Means Medline में हो सकता है कोई इंडेक्शन में जर्नल नहीं भी हो, वो PubMed में आ रहा होगा. Second चीज, and records considered out of scope from journals that are partially indexed from Medline. कुछ भी Medline में अगर partially indexed पे journals हैं, then it will be included in PubMed. So PubMed is a more comprehensive search in terms of PubMed versus Medline versus PubMed Central. Medline contains approximately 30 million references and publications from 1946 onwards, and it has around 5,200 journals in about 40 languages. So different languages are also available. And what is PubMed Central? Is a free digital archive of full text biomedical and life sciences journal article. While Medline is indexed metadata, PMC provides full text access, and PubMed serves as the gateway to both. So one line is sufficient to understand differences between these three terms. जो रास्ता है गेटवे है, पबमेड एक सर्च की तरह है, हम पीएमसी फुल टेक्स्ट देता है, एंड मेडलाइन जो है इंडेक्स्ड मेटा डेटा है इंडेक्सिंग करने के बाद. Now the second bibliographic database which is required to be searched in your search strategy is Embase. But the problem with Embase is it is paid. So subscription is also costly, institutional as well as individual. So it is better if you have coordination with persons who are having access to Embase search. You can devise your search strategy based on PubMed, and you can send the person that search strategy, and he can help you out with searching in Embase and providing it the search search strategy with you again. Embase now includes all Medline. What is the difference in Embase is? Embase includes all Medline records, thus technically allowing both database to be searched simultaneously. तो PubMed से थोड़ा सा बेटर Embase को बोलते हैं कि Embase में कुछ चीजें एक्स्ट्रा भी हैं. Embase Classic provides access to almost 4 million records digitized from Excerpta Medica print journal. The original print indexes from Embase was created from 1947 to 1973. Yesterday, Dr. Pratap was saying it was evolved from here to here. Embase now also includes preprint articles from multiple sources. So what was not in Medline, it was there in PubMed, but not in Medline. They have included in Embase. So to 5.6 million records, an average of 8535 new entries daily, and over 12 million records not in Medline. So this is the difference. कि कई सारी चीजें मेडलाइन में नहीं है, वो भी एमबेस में अवेलेबल है रिसेंट में. 3365 journals unique to Embase and 8451 currently published journals including Medline titles. So what they have written is कि Medline से better इन terms में है कि इतने सारे journals 3,000 journals are unique to Embase. They are only indexed in Embase and are not indexed in PubMed. 5.1 million conference abstracts and 15,000 conferences. So this is also an important information which has to be included in your search, and conference abstracts are mostly sometimes they are missed. So it is an important source of conference abstract also. And 99,000 preferred terms in M3 with 5,25,000 synonyms. This M3 term is equivalent to mesh term in PubMed. Okay, it is only difference according to the database. The third is Cochrane Central Register of Control Trials, Central. And Central is a rich database of bibliographic reports of randomized control trials. So it is basically talking about only randomized control trials. And whenever we do a systematic review and meta-analysis, we usually go for randomized control trials. So this is a crisp site for searching for randomized control trials. Central first began publication in 1996. Okay. More than 2 million bibliographic records, author source, year, etc. are available. Many reports include an abstract, a summary of the article. They do not contain the full text of the article. So there is a link for full text. And Central is created from many trusted sources, and many records come from bibliographic database, mainly from PubMed and Embase. तो Central कहाँ से लेता है? जो भी चीज नई पब्लिश हो रही है पबमेड में, एमबेस में, वहां से लेके ये भी वही फाइलिंग कर रहा है, ये दूसरी लाइब्रेरी है, तो ये भी इंफॉर्मेशन जो भी आ रही है, बट देयर मे बी सम डिले. सबसे पहले पबमेड में आ रहा है, या किसी भी अगर कोई चीज एमबेस में इंडेक्स्ड है, इफ अ particular journal is indexed in Embase only, then first it will appear in Embase. If a journal is indexed in PubMed only, then the first it will appear in PubMed. If it is indexed in both, then it will appear in both. But after that, it will be fetched by Central if it is a randomized control trial. So they also come from other published and unpublished sources, including SINAHEL, clinicaltrial.gov, WHO International Clinical Trial Registry platforms. So they are actively getting these information from all these possible sites where the randomized control trials are either registered or are being done or are completed and published. So the second heading was other bibliographic databases. After this, many countries and region produce bibliographic database that focus on their literature. कैसे होता है? कई सारी कंट्रीज अपनी रजिस्ट्रीज चलाती हैं. रजिस्ट्रीज में क्या होता है? They tend to get information regarding a particular disease which may be important for their geographical area. ठीक है. जैपनीज एंसेफ्लाइटिस है तो कहाँ पे डेटा मिलेगा हमें? जहाँ पे जैपनीज एंसेफ्लाइटिस का एंडेमिक जोन है, तो इंडियन डेटाबेसेस में, गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज की रजिस्ट्रीज में, वो डेटाबेसेस में वो इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाएगा. तो इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट टू सर्च फॉर databases which are pertain to particular countries or regions, and WHO is a good site for searching these data, access to these databases, because most of these are WHO driven. Subject specific bibliographic databases are also important, like MED, SINAHEL, and PsycInfo. So if your topic concerns to one of these, then you have to additionally open these databases search also. Search appropriate national, regional, subject specific bibliographic databases, and citation indexes are bibliographic databases that record instances where a particular reference is cited. तो जब हमने सब सर्च कर लिया, उसके बाद हमें लगता है कि हमारी सर्च स्ट्रेटेजी में जो बिब्लियोग्राफी का रेफरेंस है, उसमें कोई ऐसा आर्टिकल भी है जो अभी तक इंक्लूड नहीं हुआ, So we can also search that article and include in our search strategy additionally. So the next part of database search is ongoing studies and unpublished data sources. तो ये कहाँ कहाँ से मिलेंगे? Relevant ongoing studies important. Important information about possible relevant ongoing studies should be included in the review in the characteristics of ongoing tables, ongoing studies table. And there may be association between statistically significant results and publication exist. Means अगर वो जो डिस्कस किया था कि जो अगर significant results है तो publication easily हो जाता है. Including unpublished studies when eligible and appropriately reduces publication bias. So this is a method of reducing the publication bias. Contact authors for missing data via email and letter of request for information can be used to identify completed. तो कई सारी ऐसी स्टडीज होती हैं जो किसी न किसी रजिस्ट्री में रजिस्टर्ड होती है. यू गेट information later on. You also tend to see that the study has been completed, but there is no information in the result section. So you can ask the author, the person who is coordinating these studies, to share the results, whatever is required according to your PICO for your meta-analysis. So when you write a mail, when you communicate with your question, most sometimes, not every time, sometimes they share the important data which is available. They may also give you full test of the particular थिंग. मीन्स अगर आप मान लिया किसी ने थीसिस की है किसी टॉपिक पे, उसने पेपर नहीं पब्लिश किया लेकिन थीसिस बनाई थी, तो ही कैन शेयर यू द थीसिस व्हिच कंटेन्स all the information which was required for you for your PICO and search strategy. The third is trial registers and trial results register. So these are usually well designed or well kept, but the problem with these trial registries are इनिशियली तो रजिस्टर हो जाता है टाइटल, इंफॉर्मेशंस, इको, इंक्लूजन एक्सक्लूजन क्राइटेरियाज आर देयर, बट results in most of the cases results are not fetched into this databases and the study completes and later on it gets published or may not be published, but the trial information, the initial information remains with that trial registry. तो जब आप database सर्च कर रहे हैं उसमें अगर आपको कोई ऐसी स्टडी मिल रही है जो आपके पीको फॉर्मेट से मैच करती है, then you can seek information from the primary author, contact person to get additional information regarding the details of trial. The fourth one is regulatory agency sources and clinical study reports. So in US, Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. In Germany, it is the Institute for Quality and Efficiency in Healthcare, Institute of Medicine, US. यहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ ICMR है, तो ICMR का भी पब्लिकेशन भी है, डेटाबेस भी होता है. ऐसे there are different types of registries, EU clinical trial registries, drugs at FDA, open trials FDA. So they may be containing some more information about that particular topic or paper which you have come across during your search. And clinical study reports, mostly the pharmaceutical one. There may be other sources, and that is gray literature. So sometimes these literatures are not easily available and usually missed in search strategy. There may be conference abstracts and presentations. तो क्या होता है कि कई सारी conferences जो होती हैं उनकी publication की book तो निकलती है, but it is not published in any indexed or non-indexed journal. So digital database is not available. But you come across your one of your colleague or a person who is expert in that field and he says कि नहीं मैंने भी तो ये काम किया था और मैंने तो वहाँ कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी प्रेजेंट किया था. So if that work seems to be important to you and it conforms to your PICO, then you can ask for the full text, full information, the required information about that study, and you can also include that in your meta-analysis and systemic review. So government publication, white paper, dissertation and thesis. तो thesis का जो database है वहाँ पे भी search कर सकते हैं. Patents, regulatory data, unpublished trial data, policy papers and annual reports. So all these comes under the heading of gray literature. So after identifying the white paper is sometimes government comes with स्टैंडिंग ऑफ प्रेजेंट सिचुएशन जैसे हमारे यहाँ क्या है जैपनीज एंसेफ्लाइटिस है और अपोजिशन ने क्या कहा जैपनीज एंसेफ्लाइटिस आप तो कह रहे हैं कि खत्म हो गया लेकिन काउंट पे खत्म नहीं हुआ है या लॉट ऑफ पेशेंट विच आर रिपोर्टेड टू बी सफरिंग फ्रॉम जैपनीज एंसेफ्लाइटिस और आप झूठ बोल रहे हैं तो फिर गवर्नमेंट क्या करेगी government will rope in all the information which is available in his its healthcare and will present with a documented proof that is white paper जैसे गवर्नमेंट में भी कई बार होता है ना कि किसी टॉपिक पे अपोजिशन कर देती है कि ये जो चीजें ये गड़बड़ है एंड यू हैव टू प्रोड्यूस अ वाइट पेपर तो यू वांट टू ऐड समथिंग
Added about the conference श्वेत पत्र जिसको हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं white paper or a position statement that is for so when they conducted this conference one state one health they compiled all the evidence and presented the white paper to the government आपने वो देखा होगा है ना he said कि उसका white paper तैयार किया गया था तो evidence synthesis consensus पे कहीं पे हम एक कर रहे हैं जैसे हम यहाँ पे किया यहाँ पे बैठ के सब सवाल किया what are your beliefs and practices about X thing okay COVID बहुत हुआ everyone must have gone through COVID and we that this group of people based on the practices on COVID-19 do we follow those practices as of now क्या हम अंदर आते हो आज भी सैनिटाइज करके आते हैं आके रेगुलरली सैनिटाइजर यूज करते हैं हैंड वॉशिंग करते हैं we present this as a white paper and submit अब इसके अंदर जो पहले COVID-19 practices चलती थी this is a white paper you try to come clean on something that is the reason there are comprehensive report a white paper yes Shweta.
so now coming to developing a search terms so before developing a search strategy, we have to be well versed with some of the important terms. The first is to identify the core concept. So start by pinpointing the major concepts in the research question. So coming again back to जो आपका क्वेश्चन है वो क्वेश्चन important है. Condition was diabetes. Intervention was one was insulin and the other was oral drugs, and outcome was control or management of blood sugar. So you have to search the keywords regarding these PICO questions and synonyms for each concept. For each concept, alternative terms should be searched, alternative names, lay terms and medical terminologies, common names and scientific terms should be searched and included, and acronyms and its short form or abbreviation relevant to each of them should also be included in your search strategy. So, for an example, let's take diabetes. So, in diabetes, the keywords are can be diabetes, it can be diabetes mellitus, it can be type 2 diabetes, it can be type 1 diabetes, T2DM, T1DM. All these words has to be taken into account while making or preparing your search strategy. And some synonyms like hyperglycemia, blood sugar disease. So these are lay terms. Some of the publication may be using hyperglycemia as a word for diabetes rather than diabetes per se. Coming to the intervention arm, insulin and oral drugs. So for insulin therapy, insulin injections, insulin pump, exogenous insulin, subcutaneous insulin, all these terms may be used in the publication, may have been used in the publication and should be included in your search strategy. Oral drugs, keywords will be oral hypoglycemics, oral antidiabetic drugs, oral glucose lowering agent, specific drugs also. Metformin, sulfonylurea, DPP4, SGLT2, it has thiazolidinones, and synonyms like oral medications for diabetes, non-insulin treatment. So all these words has to be incorporated during your preparing your preparation of your search strategy. And now coming to the last outcome. So outcome control, management, regulation, blood sugar control, glycemic control, blood glucose regulation. So these different terms you have to search from some previous search strategy if it is published, or you can search it from your next terms. ये इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि अगर आपने ये टर्म मिस कर दिए तो पब्लिकेशन मिस हो जाएगा. Some terms, some spellings have some problems. Means US and UK English में भी difference है. So what this search strategy and the databases helps you out is you can use some asterisk to substitute for zero or more characters in a term or phrase like vaccine. This is truncation. So वैक्सीन के बाद से अगर आपने ये एस्ट्रिक लगा दिया तो वो कैसे रीड करेगा? वैक्सीन शेड्यूल, वैक्सीनेशन शेड्यूल, वैक्सीनेशन. अगर ये वर्ड्स की डिफरेंस है ना, वैक्सीन और वैक्सीनेशन. तो ये जो शुरू के वर्ड्स हैं 1 2 3 4 5 6 कैरेक्टर्स के बाद से, यूजली 4 कैरेक्टर्स के बाद से अगर आपने यूज किया then it will search all related with this word. So vaccine, vaccination, it will include in your search automatically. Also regarding this schedule, so schedule, scheduling and schedules, it will include all these terms in your search database. The term must begin with at least 4 characters before the first wildcard, asterisk if you is used, and multiple wildcards can be used in same term in organization. S और Z दोनों यहाँ पे लग सकता है, and S और without S. ठीक है. So it will be automatically used incorporated in your search. To use wildcards in a phrase search, use any of the following format. तो डबल कॉमा के अंदर स्टिक लगा के हम काम कर सकते हैं. तो इससे फीड का फीडिंग any variability regarding this term will be included automatically in your search strategy. So when you go to PubMed and you uh, click on the advanced search option and you write this word vaccine schedule asterisk asterisk. So what happens? You get vaccine, vaccination is also here. Schedules is also here. So this paper is there. Vaccine schedule is also there, and vaccination schedule is also there. So all these papers are included automatically into your search engine. So what is the problem with this? Problem is this. There is a term called automatic term mapping and another is mesh term. Any idea about these two terms? Okay. Anything else? कितने लोगों ने कोई पब्लिकेशन के लिए पेपर मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट सबमिट किया हुआ है? You have written a nice paper, all the things. मतलब आप सबमिट करने जाते हो तो क्या कहता है, एक एब्स्ट्रैक्ट भी लिख के दे दो 250 वर्ड का. Then you again read your paper and make an abstract. Abstract के सबसे लास्ट लाइन में क्या लिखते हो आप? Keywords. That important keywords are for indexing. कि हम जब वो keywords हैं तो हम उस relevant topic के हिसाब से जिस भी हम जर्नल में पब्लिश करेंगे तो वो indexing जो है उस डेटाबेस में भी हो जाए. तो a mesh term has been devised in PubMed which links similar related topics so that if you search particular term, all the articles will automatically be linked and will be included in your search database. And that automatic term mapping is related to that. So, for example, heart attack will not map to the mesh term myocardial infarction or include any of the more specific term myocardial stunning shock or cardiogenic. इसकी प्रॉब्लम क्यों आएगी वो अभी आगे दिखाता हूँ. हार्ट अटैक आपने लिखा तो वो क्या ढूंढेगा? What it will search? It will search heart attack. It will not search myocardial stunning, myocardial infarction, because this is more scientific term which we use in our publication, and this is a layman term, a less scientific term, which is there, and you have devised your, if you have devised your search strategy according to this, then you may be missing these scientific publications. Okay. Uh, more, So basically, the portion of title, abstract, all these terms which comes into title abstract. Whenever you are doing a search, there is an option of filtering also. Whether you want to search that term or that mesh term in the title only, in the title and abstract or only, and in whole of the manuscript. Most of the time, what is available is title and the abstract. So it will be searching, and for doing any systematic reviews, title and the abstract search is required, because first you search and then you look into the abstract and then screen out. Then you go for full text. Then you read the text and then decide upon whether this article conforms to my PICO, or the outcomes are there, or the data is there or not, and then exclude which is not conforming to that. So these two terms are basically based on title and the abstract. This is the short form of title and abstract. So just for an example, what I have done is written the word diabetes into the advanced search field. Like, So, when doing a simple search of a term diabetes in all fields, this is all fields, this is diabetes. So, what search strategy it has already taken into account is it has taken the term diabetes, square bracket, it is all fields, or so all the synonyms or related terms it has automatically incorporated, like diabetes mellitus, and it has chosen a mesh term. I will be coming to mesh term after a while. Or diabetes all field, mellitus all field, diabetes mellitus all fields, or diabetes all field, or diabetes insipidus. It has taken into account diabetes insipidus also, mesh term or diabetes एंड इंसिपिटस और डायबिटीज इंसिपिटस। तो यहाँ पे जब एंड लगाया इसने तो क्या किया, इंसिपिटस से रिलेटेड जो टर्म्स है उनको भी उसने ले लिया। ट्रांसलेशन में भी डायबिटीज, सो ऑल दिस जगलरी इज ऑटोमेटिकली डन व्हेन यू टर्म यूज अ सिंपल सर्च टर्म लाइक डायबिटीज फॉर ऑल फील्ड्स। यस, that's a good question. So that was the cause of taking this term diabetes. So here comes the concept of get mesh terms. तो आपने एक सर्च स्ट्रेटेजी सोची, बनाई, बनाने के लिए, लेकिन अभी आपको वो नहीं क्लियर है कि इस डेटाबेस में वो चीज इंडेक्स्ड कैसे है। डायबिटीज डाला, ये सर्च निकल आया, बट व्हाट सर हैज पॉइंटेड इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन कि ये तो मेरे को सर्च करना ही नहीं था डायबिटीज इंसिपिडस, ये इसमें क्यों आ रहा है, मुझे ये नहीं चाहिए। एंड व्हाट यू हैव टू सर्च इज you have to go for mesh database. So when you open your PubMed, you will get a mesh database term here, down here, and from mesh database, what I will be showing is first you click on the advanced. So advanced search option, what was there? There was all fields. Initial search was for all fields, but when you click on that drop down on the left, you will select mesh. We have clicked the link, so we are directly into the mesh term, and we have searched database, diabetes. Sorry. So what you will get is this, and what is this? This is mesh diabetes 1 to 20, total 102 search results. What is this 102 search results? Anyone? Yes. Yes, all the terms related to diabetes. Yeah. Yes. तो बेसिकली क्या होता है कि जैसे जैसे इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है वैसे वैसे उन्होंने अलग अलग सेक्शंस लाइब्रेरी में बना दिए, ये इनकी किताब का है, ये स्टोरी का है। तो उसी तरीके से जो पबमेड का जो इंटरफेस है वो भी क्या कर रहा है, मैश टर्म्स के हिसाब से कुछ कुछ स्टैंडर्ड टर्म्स बनाता चला जा रहा है, एंड इट इज इवॉल्विंग। सो आपको डायबिटीज मेलिटस पे काम करना है कि डायबिटीज इंसिपिडस पे काम करना है, या नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डायबिटीज एंड डाइजेस्टिव एंड किडनी डिजीज यूएस, बेसिकली इस सर्च स्ट्रेटेजी पे काम करना है, डायबिटीज कॉम्प्लिकेशंस पे काम करना है, डायबिटीज न्यूरोपैथी पे काम करना है। ऐसे करके 122 ऑप्शंस आर देयर व्हेन यू सर्च दिस डायबिटीज टर्म इन योर मैश डेटाबेस। एंड व्हेन यू से नो मुझे को तो डायबिटीज मेलिटस पे काम करना है, then you can click on that first option of diabetes mellitus, and you land on a page which has detail regarding this mesh term diabetes mellitus. It contains a lot of information regarding this terminology. What PubMed has defined diabetes mellitus as a heterogeneous group of disorders characterized by hyperglycemia and glucose intolerance. So it has given a simple definition कि मैंने ये definition देके जितने भी articles हैं मेरे मैच टर्म में मैंने इसको इस तरह से लिंक कर दिया है, and then it also gives some subheadings if you are specifically concerned for a particular domain regarding this diabetes। मैं डायबिटीज में सिर्फ मोर्टेलिटी देखना चाहता हूँ, तो आप उस पर भी क्लिक करके सर्च पे जा सकते हो। तो दे आर these number of options available in subheading, and you can also restrict to mesh major topics. So sometimes they mark it landed to major topics की mesh के terms में ये एक indexing major topics में है, then it can restrict its search to mesh major topic. And there is another option, do not include mesh terms found below this tree in mesh hierarchy. एक mesh hierarchy होती है, वो अभी next slide में दिखा रहा हूँ, उसके नीचे का मुझे नहीं चाहिए. Okay, so this is the definition. You can directly include this in your search strategy right from here also. So when you type diabetes mellitus and mesh term, automatically mesh term will be there. So what you get is 5,36,601 results hits. So you can do this. If you select one of these, I will restrict to mesh major topics only. So the term mesh changes to MAJR, mesh major, and the results has decreased from 5 lakhs to 4 lakh 44,000. So the number of hits has decreased. This was the second part. मैंने पहला दिखाया था डायबिटीज मेलाइटिस का, उसका नीचे का पेज है, हाफ एंड हाफ वो था, हाफ ये. So this is the mesh terminology tree जो हमें diabetes mellitus is lands here. There are two types of indexing. Diabetes mellitus is all mesh categories, disease category, endocrine system disease, and diabetes is under this endocrine system disease, diabetes mellitus. बट उसके नीचे भी क्या क्या हेडिंग्स दी हुई हैं, डायबिटीज कॉम्प्लिकेशन, डायबिटीज मेलिटस, डायबिटीज मेलिटस टाइप 2, डायबिटीज जेस्टेशनल, ये अलग अलग है. तो अगर किसी ने सोचा कि मैं डायबिटीज जेस्टेशनल डायबिटीज पे काम करना चाहता हूं तो मैं डायबिटीज सर्च करके देखता हूं, लेकिन जब उसे ये मैश टर्म देखा तो उसे कहा कि मेरे पास तो डायबिटीज जेस्टेशनल का सीधे डायरेक्ट यहाँ पे है, तो मैं आइडर सर्च क्यों करूं, मैं यहीं से स्टार्ट करता हूं. तो यू कैन चूज योर बेस्ट टर्म अकॉर्डिंग टू योर पीको. तो ये आपको हेल्प करता है जब आप पीको फॉर्मुलेट कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, तो जो सेकंड कैटेगरी था, अगर आप ये चूज कर दो, डू नॉट इंक्लूड मैश टर्म्स फाउंड बिलो दिस टर्म इन मैश हायरार्की, तो इसके नीचे के सर्च वो डायबिटीज मेलिटस के नीचे के सर्च वो ऑटोमेटिकली हो गया ना, नो एक्सपेंशन, तो उसके नीचे के सर्च से रिलेटेड आर्टिकल्स वो ऑटोमेटिकली हटा देगा. तो व्हाट इज द नंबर हियर, 1,46,522. तो इस तरह से ये आपको मैश टर्म्स में, मैश टर्म इंपॉर्टेंट है फॉर गेटिंग योर की वर्ड्स regarding your PICO, and building a search strategy you have to use these mesh terms, use terminologies before proceeding for your final search strategy. ठीक है, समझ में आया इसमें? अगर खाली डायबिटिक न्यूरोपैथी पे बात हो रही होगी तो वो उस आर्टिकल को हटा देगा. अगर हमारा काम ही नहीं है डायबिटीज न्यूरोपैथी, हम क्यों देखें, क्यों आर्टिकल पढ़ें, क्यों स्क्रीन करें. तो मेजर और ऑल वो वाला है, उसमें बहुत माइनर सा ही डिफरेंस है. कुछ आर्टिकल्स ऐसे होंगे जो मेजर उसमें उन्होंने सेलेक्ट किए होंगे. हाँ, तब वो ये भी सेलेक्ट करेगा जो हमने ये एक्सपेंशन हटाया है, ये इंक्लूड रखेगा, वो सब रखेगा. और दिस ऑल्सो and only it will talk about diabetes mellitus, not about this fetal macrosomia. If any article is specifically for fetal macrosomia, then it will include that article from your search strategy. Then another facility which is available in PubMed search is proximity searching. Proximity searching का मतलब अगर आपको एक टर्म नहीं, दो टर्म या तीन टर्म ऐसे हैं जो एक साथ देखने हैं कि उस आर्टिकल में है कि नहीं, वो हेल्प करता है proximity searching. So searches for multiple terms appearing in any order within a specified distance of one another. Any order मतलब आगे पीछे भी हो सकता है, मतलब डायबिटीज मेलिटस, मेलिटस डायबिटीज, अगर ऐसा भी कहीं पे लिखा हुआ है तो वो उसको इंक्लूड कर देगा. Proximity searching is only available in the title, title abstract, and affiliation search field. To create a proximity search in PubMed, enter your term using the following format. जो भी सर्च टर्म आप डालोगे, फील्ड डालोगे, फील्ड का मतलब है कि आप टाइटल में देखना चाहते हो, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में देखना चाहते हो, या टाइटल एंड एब्स्ट्रैक्ट दोनों में देखना चाहते हो। और एंड एन एन मीन्स कितने वर्ड्स के रेंज में देखना चाहते हो कि सेंटेंस में वो वर्ड कितनी दूरी पे है, तो वो हम इंक्लूड कर लें। There is no limit to number of words you can search together in proximity. Using the Boolean operator and to combine terms may be more appropriate than combining many terms into one proximity search. And you can use the full search field text, title, title abstract, appellation, or the abbreviated versions like TI, TIAB, and AD for building this search strategy. Proximity TD was yeah, author was affiliations for the proximity searching is not compatible with wildcards. तो अगर आपने किसी वर्ड में वाइल्ड कार्ड्स भी लगाना है और प्रॉक्सिमिटी सर्चिंग भी करनी है, तो आप सेपरेट सेपरेट करके कंबाइन करो उसको। इफ द डबल कोटेड टर्म्स इन अ प्रॉक्सिमिटी सर्च इंक्लूड अ वाइल्ड कार्ड, द प्रॉक्सिमिटी ऑपरेटर विल बी इग्नोर्ड। तो फिर वो एक ही काम करेगा, वाइल्ड कार्ड का करेगा, प्रॉक्सिमिटी नहीं करेगा। यू कैन कंबाइन प्रॉक्सिमिटी सर्चेस विद अदर टर्म्स यूजिंग बूलियन ऑपरेटर्स। फॉर एग्जांपल एक्सीडेंटल ओवरडोज, this is the term. There are two words, accidental overdose. We want to search whether it is in title or abstract, and three words. तो तीन वर्ड्स की रेंज में इधर इधर अगर ये दोनों वर्ड्स कहीं पे आ रहे हैं तो वो सारे लेने हैं। एंड एसिटामिनोफेन, सेकेंड चीज जो हमने यूज कर ली, एंड करके बूलियन ऑपरेटर एसिटामिनोफेन ले लिया। तो दिस इज अ एग्जांपल ऑफ accidental overdose, title abstract, three words, and acetaminophen. What it is the accidental intravenous acetaminophen overdose. वर्ड कहाँ कहाँ पे है, ये ओवरडोज है, ये एक्सीडेंटल है, बीच में दो वर्ड्स और हैं, लेकिन ये इसने इस आर्टिकल को इंक्लूड कर लिया क्योंकि हमने वहां पे लिखा था थ्री। ठीक है, तो थ्री लिखा था, टाइटल ने एब्स्ट्रैक्ट लिखा था, वो उसमें आ रहा है। ठीक, ने पैरासिटामोल भी ले लिया एसिटामिनोफेन के, तो ये हमने जो स्टैंडर्ड, इसका मतलब ये मैच टर्म में होगा स्टैंडर्ड, उसने एसिटामिनोफेन के दूसरे जो नाम है वो भी ऑटोमेटिकली इंक्लूड कर लिए हैं, एक्सीडेंटल एसिटामिनोफेन ओवरडोज। तो दिस इज प्रॉक्सिमिटी सर्चिंग। नाउ नेक्स्ट कम्स द बूलियन ऑपरेटर्स। बूलियन ऑपरेटर्स के बारे में एनी आइडिया? एंड और क्या क्या होता है? तो फॉर सिंप्लीफिकेशन एंड इट इज रिजल्ट दैट इंक्लूड ऑल द सर्च टर्म्स, है ना, दोनों होने चाहिए। और का मतलब है कि ये हो या ये हो, हम दोनों को मिला के ले लेंगे। शॉर्ट का मतलब क्या है कि हमने ये देखा और फिर कहा कि इसमें से ये हटा दो, ये नहीं होना चाहिए इसमें। तो दीज आर द सिंपल बुलियन टर्म एंड इट रीड्स फ्रॉम लेफ्ट टू राइट। जब हम इधर से लिखते हैं तो लेफ्ट टू राइट। यूज पैरेंथेसिस टू नेक्स्ट कंसेप्ट दैट शुड बी प्रोसेस्ड एज अ यूनिट एंड देन इनकॉर्पोरेटेड इनटू द ओवरऑल सर्च। इसका क्या मतलब है? लास्ट लाइन मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रही। ये आपने नोट का एग्जाम्पल एक बताया है, अच्छा है। बेसिकली दिस सेंटेंस पर्टेन्स टू कि जब हम कोई सर्च स्ट्रेटजी डेवलप कर रहे हैं तो हमारा पहला टर्म क्या था, डायबिटीज मेलाइटस। डायबिटीज मेलाइटस के जितने भी हमने टर्म्स थे और करके ऐड कर लिए, डबल कॉमा में लगा लिया। ठीक है, लेकिन अगर हम उसमें ये बूलियन ऑपरेटर एंड अगर कॉमा के अंदर लगा लेंगे, ठीक है? हाँ, तो अगर हम उसको उस पर्टिकुलर को एक ब्रैकेट के अंदर रखना है, जितना हमारा एक टाइप का सर्च है और वाला वो एक ब्रैकेट के अंदर रखना है, देन यू हैव टू यूज़ दैट बूलियन ऑपरेटर एंड उससे रिलेटेड अलग वाले टर्म्स जो है अलग-अलग रखना है, देन इट विल रीड अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट. So these are the some search field tags, means short forms you can say. You will come across commonly with all fields, author fields. When you will going for language restriction, first author name search you can do. Mesh term, you can MH or MESH capital. PMID you can search according to publication type, title and title abstract. These are the common terms which you will be requiring in different types of searching, whether for the systemic review or for other searches. So after developing this search term, you have to go for applying any search filters. तो search filters क्या होते हैं? So on the left side, you will see multiple options for filtering your search. So there is एक तो ये हमारा ग्राफ वाला है. There is publication date 1 year, 5 year, 10 years, custom range. So you can define your custom range for your searching. So if you want to search for only 10 years, 20 years, for 2000 onwards. So you can use this custom range. And whether you want to include abstract, full text, the full text or full text, and you can click this filter. So most of the time, we are using all the articles, whether it is available in abstract or full text, for our systemic review. So we do not filter it. The second is article type. So if you expand this article type filter, then you will get a lot of more options. So regarding the systemic review, you include randomized control trial. So you will click here and you will get articles related to randomized control trial. And there may be, if you want to restrict your search strategy according to language, then you can click English or Spanish, but or other article language filters are also available. But by standard, it is said that you do not use language filter in systematic reviews. You can restrict your study to human or other animals. So you can click humans in studies which are pertaining to humans. And the other filter is for sex, for age group, and 2 3 filters are also available. So according to your PICO and search, you can redefine your create your search strategy using these filters. Now, how to this is the duplication which is in PubMed itself only. But here comes the role of reference manager software. So, so they are different.
For all these references into a reference manager software, show you how in the next session that the first thing you do is get rid of all the tables. You select all the tables.
There are a lot of reference manager software. Zotero is one of them. What happens is when you export these files, it goes into a particular format. So you generate all these files from different databases or searches, and then all these files are fetching into that Reference Manager software. What it will do is it will automatically arrange all these articles according to alphabetical or authors. So you can have a look that ये आर्टिकल 3 4 आर्टिकल तो ये सेम ही के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. So you can select and remove the duplicates. Next इसमें आएगा अभी. So when you conduct a the search, getting the different terms, you conduct the search. So what is important for conducting a search? Use systematic approach. Start with one database conducting a comprehensive search based on your strategy. Run the same search strategy in each database you have selected and adjusting syntax as needed for specific database requirement. इसका क्या मतलब है? जैसे हमने अभी 2-3 डेटाबेस के बारे में बात कर लिया. One is PubMed, one is Central, one is Embase. So you create one search strategy based on one particular database. आपने एक search strategy बना ली, terms तो आपको मिल गए, but all these databases has some differences in searching. So there may be some syntax, means some word, जैसे वहाँ पे asterisk था, word लगा था asterisk, कहीं पे हाइफन लगेगा, कहीं पे क्वेश्चन मार्क लगेगा, कहीं तो अलग-अलग थोड़े-थोड़े से डिफरेंसेस हैं जो आपको उस पर्टिकुलर डेटाबेस में जब आप जाओगे तो उसको करने पड़ेंगे उस सर्च स्ट्रेटजी में, एंड देन यू विल गेट द पर्टिकुलर सर्च. Save search strategy. Save each search strategy term filters within the database for reproducibility, and some database allows exporting search history which can be useful for documentation. तो आप अपना सर्च को सेव भी कर सकते हो, एक्सपोर्ट भी कर सकते हो. पबमेड में भी ये अवेलेबल है. Export results. So when you export your results of your search strategy, then it will come into RIS or CSV format, and it will be taken into reference manager software. तो यहाँ से आपके पास जब आपने डेटा ये सर्च कर लिया, आपके पास इतने रिजल्ट्स मान लिया आ गए, तो आप इसको सेव करना चाहते हो तो यू क्लिक ऑन सेव. ऑल रिजल्ट्स ऑन दिस पेज, खाली इस पेज का लेना है या जितना सर्च है पूरा लेना है, तो यू हैव टू क्लिक ऑल रिजल्ट्स कंबाइंड, मतलब जहां पे इसमें ड्रॉप डाउन करोगे आप तो पूरे रिजल्ट्स आ जाएंगे. हम in what format you want to see: summary text, PubMed, PMID, abstract text और CSV file. These are different file format. अगर मान लो आपके पास 200 सर्च आए और आप चाहते हो कि मैं एक बार उसका टेक्स्ट पढ़ के तो देखूं, मतलब खाली एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ के देखूं कि काम का सर्च हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, तो देन यू कैन डू अ एब्स्ट्रैक्ट टेक्स्ट सर्च. तो ये क्या करेगा कि ये टाइटल, ऑथर और उसके नीचे जो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट है उसकी एक फाइल बना के जितने भी सर्च है वो आपको एक बना के फाइल दे देगा, तो आप उसमें देख के वैसे भी प्रिंट करके सर्च कर रीड कर सकते हो. बट फॉर रेफरेंस मैनेजमेंट सॉफ्टवेयर एंड फर्दर वर्क यू हैव टू गो फॉर CSV टाइप ऑफ फाइल. Next is send to. So you can also secure your search with clipboard, my bibliography or collections, which is in PubMed itself. And you can also, for your question, sir, for removing duplication, you can also send in citation manager. Citation manager is for searching these duplicates. Then document the search process. डॉक्यूमेंट करने की क्यों जरूरत है? कोई एरर भी हो सकता है. You have to write in your discussion portion, in methodology section, in your main manuscript also, and it should be reproducible also. So what details you have to record is search terms, boolean operators, filters, specific strategies for each database. सारे डेटाबेस जहां जहां सर्च किए हैं वहां का सर्च स्ट्रेटेजी अलग अलग करना है. The date which each database was searched and the number of results retrieved. ये इंपॉर्टेंट है कि किस डेट में सर्च किया. हो सकता है कि अलग अलग डेटाबेस आपने अलग अलग डेट में सर्च किया हो, तो वो भी मेंशन करना है, क्योंकि एक साथ बैठ के एक ही बार में सारे डेटाबेस सर्च हो जाए ऐसा नहीं हो सकता. Adjustment documents any changes made to each search strategy during the process, specifically if initial searches yielded too few or too many results. तो कभी कभी जैसे हमने डायबिटीज सर्च किया, फिर बाद में हमें समझ में आया कि नहीं, डायबिटीज इंसिपिडस तो यूज ही नहीं करना है, डायबिटीज मेलाइटस ही लेना है. तो प्रिपेयर योर सर्च. अगर आपने उसको पहले ही रिमूव कर दिया तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड रिप्रोड्यूसिबिलिटी. तो डॉक्यूमेंटिंग द सर्च प्रोसेस इज एसेंशियल फॉर ट्रांसपेरेंसी ऑल्सो. So next is screen and deduplicate results. So you will take help from software manager, reference management software like EndNote, Mendeley, and Zotero. So it will help you in removing the duplicates, and they automatically detect, and you can remove duplicate studies. And this step is crucial. दो बार एक ही स्टडीज आप उसमें नहीं है. Screen for relevance. Control the title and abstract screening to exclude irrelevant study based on your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Conduct full text screening to identify studies that meet all criteria for inclusion, and double screening to independent person is required to do the job of screening also. Then last point is report the search in the review. तो ये इजी पार्ट होता है, इसमें कुछ ना नहीं है, एक ये रिव्यू है सेरिब्रोलाइसिन फॉर एक्यूट इस्चेमिक स्ट्रोक, ये इसका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट सेक्शन है. तो व्हाट search method? Here is the search method. We search the Cochrane Stroke Trial Register, Central Medline, MBS, Web of Science, Core Collection, Science Citation Index, LILACs in May 2022, and a number of Russian databases in June 2022. यहाँ पे अलग-अलग डेट्स हो गई. We also search reference list, ongoing trial registers and conference proceeding. ये हमने डिफाइन कर दिया. और क्योंकि सर्च स्ट्रेटेजी बड़ी होती है तो इंडेक्सेस में यूज करते. तो अपेंडिक्स 1 is central, the Cochrane library search strategy. So this is the whole search strategy. This is 1, this is 2. तो जो नंबर्स दिख रहे हैं यहाँ पे 1 2 3 4 5 6, ठीक है, ये 6 सिक्वेंशियल नंबर्स है. 1 में क्या सर्च किया हमने? डिजीज सर्च की, सेरेब्रोवास्कुलर डिजीज सॉर्ट ऑफ मीन हेमोरेज. तो उससे रिलेटेड जितने भी और टर्म्स है सब और टर्म्स के साथ में जिस जिस टर्म से वो सिनोनिम से वो सारे टर्म 1 किए हमने. सेकंड में क्या किया हमने? एंटीरियर सर्कुलेशन इनफार्क्ट स्ट्रोक का किया. फिर इसके बाद इस्चेमिक स्ट्रोक के कुछ सिनोनिम्स हमने ले लिए, टीआई, एबी. उन तीनों को हमने 4 वाले पॉइंट पे क्या लिखा? 1 और 2 और 3. मतलब सेरेब्रल स्ट्रोक के जितने भी हमें सर्चेस थे वो हमने कंबाइन कर लिए 4 में. 4 इज 1 और 2 और 3. अब इसको हमें देखना किसके साथ में है. दूसरा टर्म क्या था इसमें रिसर्च क्वेश्चन में? ये तो टर्म हमने ले लिया स्ट्रोक का. और दूसरा क्या था? सेरेब्रोलाइसिन. So what second term is there? In the fifth heading you can see cerebrolysin और SERI और FPF. ये इसका हो सकता है इनिशियल नेम हो जब ये ट्रायल में गया हो, रिसर्च में गया हो. FP ये 1070 और ये टाइटल एंड एब्स्ट्रैक्ट. और फिर हमने क्या किया? The last step is 6 है 4 and 5 एंड लगा दिया हमने. ये दोनों ही होने चाहिए. This completes our search strategy for central. Similarly, in Medline, Ovid, they have मतलब यहाँ पे थोड़े से वर्ड जैसे ये डॉलर का साइन आ गया, यहाँ पे देखा आपने, एस्टेरिस्क की जगह डॉलर आ गया. तो ये थोड़े से ट्विकिंग्स हैं जो अलग अलग सर्च स्ट्रेटजी में. एमबीएस में जैसे यहाँ पे सेग्रो लाइसेंस और लाइसेंस में एस डॉलर आ गया है. बट द स्टेप रिमेन सेम, जो प्रोसेस है वो सेम है. आपने सारे सिनोनिम्स जोड़ देखिए, फिर उसको ऐड कर लिया, जहाँ एंड लगाना है एंड लगा लिया, एंड देन यू डू अ फाइनल सर्च. एंड दीज आर सम डिफरेंसेस इन डिफरेंट डेटाबेसेस. पबमेड में, एमबेस में, फोकस में, वेब ऑफ साइंस में. टर्म इज द वर्ड, कीवर्ड. जैसे टाइटल, अगर आपको सर्च में टाइटल में सर्च करना है कोई भी कीवर्ड तो टीआई का, तो ये टीआई, यहाँ टीआई कैपिटल हो जाता है, यहाँ टाइटल पूरा लिखना पड़ता है, यहाँ टीआई हो जाता है. चेक हो गया. ऑथर का अगर आप सर्च कर रहे हो तो कहीं पे ऑथर ब्रैकेट में है, कहीं पे कोलन के साथ में है, कहीं पे ब्रैकेट में पूरा फर्स्ट नेम के साथ में है. तो ऑल दिस इज वाज द लास्ट लाइन. तो ऑल दिस इज माइनर डिफरेंसेस. तो बेसिक कंसेप्ट अगर आपको समझ में आ गया है तो डेटाबेस सर्च करना डिफिकल्ट नहीं है. ठीक है. कर सकते हैं आप लोग. दोपहर में बताया जाएगा हैंड्स ऑन में. यू नो बेसिक टर्म्स कैसे करना है. एक पबमेड का ओरिएंटेशन इसलिए इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि वो फ्रीली अवेलेबल है. यू कैन प्रैक्टिस फॉर सिंपलर टर्म्स रिलेटेड टू योर फील्ड. तो ये आप प्रैक्टिस करके देखना आज दोपहर के सेशन के बाद. देन यू विल बी एबल टू build your search strategies. Thank you. रेवमैन सॉफ्टवेयर, रेवमैन 5.4 किसी के पास है क्या? डेस्कटॉप पे इंस्टॉल 1 2 है सबके पास है? नहीं, वेब वाला नहीं, नॉन वेब वाला है क्या?
That is the hang. Is this
I think what Saras told is those who are having Redman installed, share with your person so that everybody learns how to enter the data and how to use that software. Dr. Vignesh, you can contact Dr. We'll break for the tea now, and for 15 minutes we will be back for this.
session. So, I'm Vignesh. I'm from the Department of Medicine. I also work as a part of the clinical epidemiology unit in CMC Vellore. I'm extremely thankful to the organizing committee. And it's my privilege, I consider it my privilege to be making a presentation, this hands-on workshop conducted by AIIMS Bhopal as well as ICMR DHR. So with that extending gratitude, I'll move on to the session. So this session is going to be on reference management softwares. Since we thought it, given that the workshop is a hands-on workshop, we thought we will have a hands-on session. And my lecture session will be very brief and promise you that it may not go beyond 20 to 30 minutes. And the rest of the session till lunch break, we'll have it as a hands-on session. So that's how we have scheduled it. So initially, I'll just run through a few slides. I understand that the audience is a mixed bag, so many of them may be very rudimentary or very basic. Kindly apologize if it's going to be a repetition of what you already know. And hopefully, we will have something at least for everybody to take home at the end of the session. So, the outline of my presentation will be just to tell you what are references and what are the types of reference and why should we be using a reference management software and available options for reference management softwares, which has already been briefly gone through, and interoperability of different softwares, library building, use of reference manager in a systematic review that will be integrated into the practical session. We'll not have lectures on that. So what is a reference? We'll go from definition parts, what are its use, types, styles, do's and don'ts, and some plagiarism. So what is a reference? Any statement that we make. Suppose if I'm going to say the prevalence of diabetes is say 2%, I'll have to substantiate it with some reference. So it is a source of information to ascertain a fact. Any factual information that we are going to give in a literature, in a manuscript, we have to be substantiated with reference. Why do we need a reference? One, to know background information on a topic. Suppose if our intention is to do a systematic review on, say, tuberculosis, on one particular question in tuberculosis, obviously we should go and look at a reference which is going to give us a lot of information, background information on tuberculosis. Only after we know what is already known, we will be able to frame a good research question. So for that, we need a reference. That is what literature search is going to give us. And obviously, I told you through authenticity of information, and also to acknowledge and credit the person who has done the primary research. If you're just going to say that it is my own finding, it's absolutely false. If I'm going to say that the prevalence of so much is 2% without I myself doing the research, it's false. I will have to accredit the person who has done the research. Otherwise, it will amount to plagiarism. So that is the another reason why we need to cite references. Where do we go and look for references? Literature can be classified as primary, secondary, tertiary. So primary literature comprises of original articles. Suppose if we need to give an answer saying, is short course ADT better in curing pulmonary tuberculosis when comparison to long course TB? It's a very specific question. If you need to get a very specific answer, say for example, if you need to know what is the absolute benefit or what is the number needed to treat, get one cure, all these information we'll be able to get it only from primary literature, which is from original research articles. You can get it from journals, dissertations, conference proceedings. All this were explained previous session, so I'm not going into details. What comprises of secondary literature? It is a synthesis of primary literature, systematic reviews, guidelines, meta-analysis, or review articles, plain narrative review articles. What do? They compile information available from individual journal articles and give a synthesized information. Because there is some synthesis going on around the primary research, it is also called as secondary literature. So some sources where you get it from multiple databases, PubMed, Cochrane, and many other databases, which we can also look, which you have already listened to in the previous session. They all give you information about secondary literature. Tertiary literature comprises of textbooks, handbooks, newspapers. An example is a standard textbook, Harrison's. That is an example for tertiary literature. Which is better? Of course, everything is equally important, and it depends on the stage at which we are in, which will tell us about the importance of each one of them. And each one of them have its own merits and demerits. Primary literature, obviously, it has got a narrow scope. So I gave you the first example, long course versus short course ATT in pulmonary tuberculosis. It will give you only that particular question. It will not give you answers for the background disease burden of tuberculosis in the world. What is it, the burden in India and an individual state or in an individual center, and what is the mortality? And people may tell about those things in the background. You will not get all the important information in a journal article. So the scope is narrow. It will give you answer for that PICO question. But if you need broader information, you will have to go beyond primary literature. But the advantage is that recent information is available. And if we will be able to access the recent published journal, even online, if we have access to it, even today, something published yesterday, we'll be able to have access to it. So that is the advantage of it, and answers very specific question. As I said, it will not give you information about background information, historical details. All those will not be available in a primary literature. Secondary, so what is the advantage of tertiary literature? As I said, books, it gives a lot of information about background information. Whatever is needed from a novice point of view, suppose the first year MD student who needs to learn about things, he or she should not be jumping into a journal article first. To learn the basics first, on which they will be able to build up with recent advances from journal articles. So it is very good for knowing background information and knowledge. So it gives broad overview of historical details. It is a synthesis of many opinions by expert people who are writing reviews and systematic reviews. So it gives a broader synthetic and overview. But it is not useful for recent updates. Any guesses how long does it take for a textbook to undergo a revision? I mean, depends on your individual specialties. Yeah, probably 2 years, 10 years. Okay. Sure. I mean, for example, since I am from medicine, Harrison's textbook of medicine approximately takes 4 years. So, if how long does it take for a chapter to be written and for it to become published in a textbook? 1 year. Yes. So, as you said, it's right. So, if I write a journal article today, chapter today, it will have to undergo a peer review process. Then it will undergo editorial review. Then it will go for proof printing, and that will once again come. Say it will be published abroad, and then for it to reach India, can take about 6 months to even a year, as I said. It depends on textbook to textbook. So, what information we might be reading today, the brand new textbook of Harrison's, which is available in India today, may actually remain outdated by even a year or so. So, it may not be very up to date, but agreed, it gives valuable information, which is at least recent till previous year. So, it may not be the best to answer very narrow questions. Suppose you want to know the absolute risk reduction number needed to treat. Only for landmark trials, they may list some of these information. But if you want to know for every trial that have happened in that particular chapter, you may not be able to get it if you read textbooks alone. That's the drawback. So in summary, the thing is important, depends on what our need is. Websites, very easy to access. All of us have it in our mobile phones. Google gives us answers for us, for our patients. They also read and come before coming to us. So it gives a lot of information. It offers opinion. But the problem is anybody can write anything in web. I can write whatever I want regarding topic which I do not know anything about. But that gets published in web. So the problem is authenticity. It depends on who writes it, what is the knowledge of that particular person or the expertise of that particular person in that topic, and then what is the relevance of information. Can we use that information into our practice? So all these are certain things that needs to be considered when it comes to websites. Okay. After looking at the types of literature, Move on to the parts of reference. Because we would have all looked at references all listed below a journal article, textbook chapters, or given that almost all of you have already published a manuscript, you would have listed references. If you carefully look at it, there are multiple parts. So the first, usually the style in which it is written consists of the names of the authors initially, then the topic of the journal article, then the journal name. There are some standard short forms that are available, and the year in which it is published, the month, the volume, page numbers, or issue numbers. All these are usually listed like this. The difference, if you look at the previous one and this one, the previous one there are 3 authors. In this one, there are some 4 authors. It looks slightly different. The way in which it has been written is slightly different. And this is another way where all the authors are listed, everybody's name are listed, and even the separation, the special characters that are used, the spacing appears to be different in this. Some of them limit to only 3 authors. Say you say Rastan or Kierman et al. And then you give the topic of the journal article. So there are various styles in these 4 examples that you have noticed. So if we are going to write a reference, we do not know how to write. And we'll have to take care of what is the spacing, how many authors it permits, how is the journal article, what is the standardized short form that needs to be used, and whether the volume should come first, issue should come first, page number should come first, whether it should be a semicolon, colon. All these are very difficult things to do. So it is mainly very difficult task to take care in aspect all of these things while writing a reference. So these are about journal articles. What if there is a guideline or some update? So here it will be cited as American Diabetes Association. You don't have any authors such because it is a guideline from an association. You just have where it was published and in which issue and which year. Those are the information available when you are going to cite this as a reference. So the general format appears to be so. As I said, author's title, and then the journal, the volume, issue, and other things are the usual things that are usually entered in a reference article. Even if it is a journal that has ceased publication, some of them cite what is the starting date. Say for here, in example, the journal actually started in January 1996, but ceased publishing in the year October 2003. Some references include the ending date as well when they are going to cite a reference, because that gives information saying that this journal is no longer publishing. So if it is going to be a future date, then it is not going to be a reliable article. Okay. Certain do's and don'ts about using references. Suppose if, as in the first example that I said the prevalence of TB is 2%. And suppose, ma'am, you have published an article on some TB and you have written the first statement as the burden of TB is 2%, and you have cited another reference. And that reference actually belongs to the WHO registry. So, which one should I be citing? Should I be citing your article or should I be citing the WHO article? But ma'am has not done the research on that. Has just quoted that in a background information. Yes, it is always important that we cite the original that actually published that particular result. This is something which can happen. Suppose I myself do a study and I write this, I can write whatever I want in the background information, and I can write another manuscript and I can cite my own article to improve my citation index, H index, by referencing my own article, which may actually not have published that relevant information. So the best practice that needs to be followed is to make sure that you cite the original article rather than someone who has cited the previous one. So that is one thing. And references should always be more recent. we cite something which was published in 1960s, 70s, then the reader or the editor will probably have an opinion saying that you may not have done a recent search. That's why you have quoted something very old. So that will not impress the editors or reviewers very much. So it's important that whenever we are citing, we cite a that reference. Converse are the don'ts. Avoid old references and avoid reference of references, which I just mentioned. So why do we need a reference management software? What are the prerequisites? Obviously, it needs to be a software because we write manuscripts in a laptop or a computer. We need something which will integrate with the laptop or our system and online so that it should be a software. And it should be specifically designed for researchers. It should have, we are the stakeholders, so it should be user friendly to us. And it should be helpful in building local libraries. So, as we will be just doing, and as you have already had a session on literature search, we are building a library by doing multiple database searches. So, it should facilitate that process. And we should also able to organize, sort, and also cite it while writing. So, when we are writing the document, we should also be able to export it or cite it in the document that we are writing. So, it needs to fulfill all these prerequisites for it to be a good reference management software. And also, as I said, it should directly plug in into a Word software because that's the common software that we use to write a manuscript. It should be able to easily integrate with that particular software. So, in essence, we should be able to collect information, organize information, cite it, and sync it. That is, suppose I'm here in Bhopal today, tomorrow, and if I'm going to use the desktop that is available here and I do some search here, I should also be able to go back to my hometown and be able to extract the same information that I did. You know, it should not be limited to a desktop. It should be there somewhere in server. I should be able to retrieve it again so that continuity is there and I don't lose anything if I work with the reference management software. And it will be good if it offers collaboration as well. None of the research is done as by a single person. It's always a collaborative work. So we should be able to collaborate. The software should be able to permit us to work together. So if all these are fitting in, then it will make it a very good reference management software. So how information flows, we already showed as we do at least 2 or 3 database searches if we are doing a systematic review. Here, for example, I've just mentioned PubMed and Embase, and we search through internet. And we also get some hand-searched references and also some other source of information which sir very clearly mentioned. And everything comes into our manuscript and it goes into publication. So what are all the phases? The reference management software is going to be useful in. So it should be able to help us to search through internet and also integrate hand search references, other sources of information. We should be able to integrate it with the reference management software, and then it should assist in putting it into paper as well. So all these are fulfilled by a good reference management software. So just a snapshot, I just took it from John Hopkins University web page. So these are some of the various reference management softwares that are available: RefWorks, EndNote, Mendeley, Zotero. But RefWorks and EndNote are subscription-based softwares. When it's anybody likes gambling, just that EndNote also gives a free trial for 1 month. We should give our card numbers, everything, and it will deduct $250 if we don't get a subscription within that 31 days. In fact, I tried it once. Actually, I kept it on my calendars to make sure that I deactivate the subscription before that $250 gets deducted from my account. So, if at all someone wants to pay so much and try working out with EndNote, you are free to, unless you have an official institutional subscription. Makes a world of good. So, if the subscription is going to be too high, then you are left with only open access or freely available softwares, which are Mendeley and Zotero. There are various advantages and drawbacks for each of them. I mean, obviously, everything has got each some advantages and drawbacks, but basic functionality is reasonably sufficient enough for us to do a good research. say for example, Zotero, it plugs in, as I said, it's able to collect information from web, can integrate with MS Word document and Google documents. So these are two Word documents which Zotero integrates with. But if you mentally, it works with MS Word, but it works with Office Works, but it does not work with Google Doc. So each one has its own compatibility issues, and one offers a good amount of memory, one offers less amount of memory, but it has got some other function which is not optimal. So it is very difficult to pick up which one is better, Mendeley or Zotero, but it's your individual preference. uh, I thought of demonstrating Zotero now. The reason for picking up Zotero is no other rocket science, no specific reason. Only because I have been using Zotero for a long time, so I'm familiar with the use of Zotero. So I'm not familiar with Mendeley. That's why I thought I will have a hands-on session with Zotero software over the next hour or so. Will not The added benefit is that it will give you access to many more full text. It can have some additional features that may be in excess of Zotero. It gives more memory for us to store. It will be able to help us to retain large number of projects. So those benefits are there with EndNote. But other than that, there is no major drawback of any of these free softwares. So the free softwares, even though they are available free, comes with very good number of features that can help us in doing a literature search and organizing search. And many of the things, even though there are some dedicated softwares to do systematic reviews, like Sir was mentioning about two reviewers screening abstract and all, there are some dedicated softwares which help us doing that, like Covidence and Distiller. But once again, they are all subscription based softwares. Certain things can be done in Zotero. So we will just see how best we can utilize this software. We thought we will just have it as a hands-on session. So I would appreciate if all of you also keep your laptops open and see if you can just continue doing it as a hands-on exercise along with me. It's a mixed batch. So just a show of hands, how many of you have used your reference management software before? Well, almost invariably, most of them. How many of you have already used Zotero? It's also a very good number. So but anyways, we'll start from the basics for the benefit of the other few who may not have used Zotero before. So I will start from it. And from then on, we will see if we can go beyond what is required for a systematic review, meta-analysis as well. So are there anybody who have not installed Zotero in your laptops? And I'll just quickly run through as to how you will be able to access or download the Zotero software. Download this. You could just go onto Google and type Zotero in Google search. The first result would be zotero.org. Or you can directly type in zotero.org and it will take you to the first page. And in the first page, there is an option called download. Please click download. If you are able to see, two softwares to be downloaded. One is Zotero 7. The other one is called Zotero Connector. Both of which need to be downloaded. Since I am using a MacBook, it has automatically detected that it is for Mac, so it shows Zotero 7 for Mac. All Windows users, you will be able to see Zotero for your Windows version. And you just need to click download. So once you download this software, you should also install something called as a connector with the browser. Because as we said, our reference management software should work with web as well as your laptop. So you need something to connect with the browser. So it depends on whatever browser you use for your usual search. If you use Google Chrome, you can use install Chrome connector. Since I have opened Zotero website using Google Chrome, it automatically shows Chrome version and the Chrome connector. But if I had used something, say Safari, then it would show Safari connector. You're using a Microsoft Edge, it will show Microsoft Edge connector. So it depends on your browser that you're browsing with. And you will need to install this Chrome connector as well. Okay. And we proceed further. Can go slow. We have still 1 hour 15 minutes left for us. So if any of you want me to slow down, or if you feel that I am going slow, please let me know. We can adjust the speed accordingly. We proceed. So once you have installed, two things will need to be looked for. In your browser, you'll be able to see an icon here. Here in my screen, it shows as a Z. So when I place my cursor, it will show it is a Zotero connector. So that is what says that this Zotero software is integrated with your browser. So that should be there as a prerequisite. Sometimes if you have many of you who have already installed it, you may not see it in the form of a Z. Instead, it may show the form of a page or a document or something like that. But if you place the cursor, it will definitely say it is pop. It should pop up saying that it is Zotero. For the first time users, first time if you have installed it, usually shows this Z icon. So that is the first prerequisite that we should look at. And the second thing is you should be able to see the Zotero software, this particular Z icon, which is at the bottom. And if you double click it, it should open a full screen like this. So if you all could see, there are 3 columns to this Zotero screen. The first column is a compilation of multiple libraries or folders or subfolders. And the middle column lists the content of each folder. And the last column gives information about an individual article. So like analogy we can say folders, contents of the folders, and description of each content of the folder are the 3 columns that are here. Okay. We move further. Anybody else require help? Read this step. So the first step, especially in the setting of a systematic review, we'll need one particular new folder. So we'll just demonstrate how to create a new library folder, what we are going to show. So in the left top corner, there is a yellow folder like icon with a green plus sign. The interface may be a little bit different because this is a MacBook. And even for Windows users, the Zotero 6 version and the 7 version appear slightly different from each other. So, but in essence, it should be pretty much in the same location. And if we place the cursor, it will give the option saying it's a new collection. And please click that. Just give a name for your folder. I'm just going to say systematic review meta-analysis workshop. Just say OK. Once you click that, you should be able to see a folder in the left column with the name that you have given. I have given SRMA workshop, so you should be able to see a folder that has been created. Okay. So now what we are going to do is, given that we have already known some principles of literature search, we are going to search literature. Whatever literature that we search, we have to make sure that all of it comes under this particular folder. So if we want to work with this particular folder, we have to make sure that this folder is highlighted. Suppose if I highlight something else, then all the search that I'm going to do is going to end up into another research project, and everything is mixed together, then it will result in a lot of confusion. So especially those who are involved in multiple projects will have to make sure that they do this very simple but yet essential step. Make sure that the folder of interest is and kept active. Okay. Proceed further. Okay, now we have set up Zotero so as to do some literature search and to build up a library. So we have just created a library. We are starting to build a library on this topic, SRMA workshop. That's what we have started. So now requesting all of you to open your browsers. Just go to PubMed. Type any topic of your interest. I'm just going to put COVID-19 here. Though we are beyond a pandemic for some reason, it's coming up as the first one in my research. So maybe because I have searched that before in my laptop. So I've just typed COVID-19 and put and click the button search. Because I have not followed all the principles. Apologies to sir because it has taken almost a couple of hours session and I have not followed any of those things. But anyways, we'll come to that during the practical session in the afternoon. This is only how to use the reference management software. So apologize for any crude aspects of literature search that we are doing here. Okay, now we have got the first page with some end results. So let's go and read the first result. So click the first article. Get to see abstract here. Suppose if we think that this particular article is relevant, of course does not appear to be very relevant, but still for namesake, I'm going to say this is relevant. And if I want to import this particular article into my library, what do I need to do is a very simple step. We just need to go and click this Zotero icon. That if you have already installed it, you will not get that Z icon. See, for example, here it says you have installed the Zotero connector. This pop-up may not come in everybody's laptop if you have already installed it. Given that this is the first time that I'm installing it, this pop-up comes up in my particular laptop. You can see what happens if I click got it. If I just click got it, the Z icon changes, and now it takes the shape of a page, like a page with some lines written on it. That is the shape of the icon that you get. And if we keep the cursor, it does show that it says it gives the option save to Zotero PubMed. It's the option that's the pop-up that you get when you place a cursor on top of that. So what I need to do is just go and click that icon. And immediately after I click the icon, it says that it is saving to SRMA workshop, which is the folder I have already kept open. So it directly goes into the folder where I want it to go. Yes, yes. It will go to some other folder. It will go to the my library default, which will have every collection. Result may result in some confusion. A folder on Zotero, the software window which is open. So in this is my library. After my library, I have multiple folders. This one, I will come to that. That will be the next step. As of now, it is on my laptop. As of now, it is only saved to my laptop. Because I have installed Zotero on my laptop, I have imported this particular article into the laptop. So currently it is in my laptop. Yes, there are various multiple methods from various sources. That is what we will be seeing. So this is the first step, simple step. So we thought we'll go from simple to complex. Yes, yes, yes. Then it will go. So that will be the next. We will let everybody know. So as of now, we have installed the software. We have imported one particular article into this particular folder. Anybody have any difficulties so far till this step? No? Yes. Okay. So hoping that all of you have got this step. So the next step, please go on to the previous page instead of looking at the abstract on the PubMed page. Go to the previous page. I'll just go back to the previous page where there are some 10 articles listed in the first page. So now there are 10 articles. Suppose if I want to bring in all the 10 into my folder of SRMA workshop folder, how do I do that? Now we have this page which is open, and if you carefully see, the icon which was initially Z and then it took the form of a page now shows in form of a folder. So what this software does it syncs with PubMed. It senses what actually that page of PubMed is showing. So initially it said that PubMed is showing a single article. That's why it was in the form of a page. Now it senses that it is showing a list of documents. So it has taken the form of a folder. But what we need to do is as simple as the previous step. Just we need to click that folder icon. You click the folder icon, it would open up a new pop-up window. And that pop-up window will show you all the articles that are actually listed. Fortunately, it depends on the setup that you have set with PubMed. By default, it will say that it should show 10 articles per page. For some reason, I think I changed the settings. I have changed the settings to show some 100 articles. That's why all the 100 I think have got listed here. But in your laptop, if you go by the default settings, it should show 10 articles like this. Anybody have not got this step? The browser, sir? This icon? Huh. That bunch didn't come in. Please select everything. Yeah. Let me just select a few. Please select also the first one. Even though the first one we have also imported already, let us see what happens if you are going to select it the second time. What happens? We just have a look. So I have selected say the first 6 or 7, or you can use the select all option, or you can use this deselect all if you want everything to be unchecked. That's entirely up to you. But just choose the first option also and a few others and just say okay. As it got imported a while for me also before it came in. Yeah, now it's duplicated. Yes, yes. So that's the reason why we wanted to show you so that what will happen if you have chosen the same thing twice. Okay, but whatever we have selected seems to have come into this particular folder. Okay. Anybody had trouble in importing multiple references from a single page like a PubMed database page? Connectivity issues. Okay. Any questions so far? No? Okay. So this is with PubMed. So what it says is Zotero works very well with PubMed. So that is PubMed is the commonest, one of the commonest databases that we always search. So that way it is fine. Good, we are happy. Any other databases? Of course, I don't have access to MBase. RefWorks is a different reference management one. I don't know if there is access here. But what I can quickly show you is there is one called TRIP database. This is a UK based database. It's an acronym which stands for Turning Research into Practice. This TRIP database is free for all, but there is also, obviously, if something comes free, there will be some catch. So there is something called as professional version, which comes at a charge, which is what will give us every feature. So that catch is there. What we can do is we can do search, we can find out the articles, but only that it will not permit you to go beyond that. It will not give you access to many of the full text articles, which otherwise you may get it with the paid version, and it will not allow you to export articles. So those kinds of problems can happen. The reason why I'm showing this is not to demonstrate the database, but just that this particular one, this particular reference management software Zotero does not sync very well with the database. So if I'm going to do some search, if for example, log in, that I have account, I'm just logging. This is just for demonstration. If you're not able to do this, don't need to worry about it too much. So if I'm just going to type COVID-19 here, it gives me a list of results. But what I showed was in PubMed, in place of the Z icon, it was showing as a folder. Plus in PubMed page, it picked it up saying that it is a folder containing multiple articles. But with this particular database, it does not show that folder kind of an icon. Instead, if I just place the cursor there, it just says it is a web page with snapshot. So what will happen if I click this is that it just immediately saved to Zotero. And if I just go back and look at what is happening with Zotero, it just says that it's COVID-19 trip database, which is just the same web page, which is not what I want. I want the individual articles, but what happens is it's just picking up the same web page. It's not extracting. So this is some drawback with Zotero. It does not function as well as it would as it is integrated with PubMed. It does not integrate with other databases. So what to do about it? Of course, it's everything. I mean, if there is a problem, if I'm going to show a problem, I should also show you the solution as well. Otherwise, there is no point in having a class. So let's see what is the other way around to overcome this. So for that purpose of demonstration, I'll not do with Trip Pro. I'll do with PubMed only, so that you all also can do the same thing alongside. So what I'm going to do is just select some of these articles. This is just another way to export it to Zotero, where Zotero is not compatible with that particular database. Of course, for PubMed, you don't need to do this kind of a step. You can just do the previous step, which I told you. But just check all the articles with what you want, and you can just click save. If you click save, it will give you option whether it wants all results on this page, or only the selected file. Which one you want, it will give you an option. For now, I just put 5 because if I enter all results on this page, it will take a long time for it to download and take a bit of time. Just choose an option which is compatible with Zotero. Just choosing this PubMed option and say create file. Now this particular file has got downloaded. And now what you have to do is, now this is saved in your laptop. You will have to go to Zotero and import that into Zotero. So it's just a two-way process. You will have to download all the articles into your laptop, into your laptop or your desktop, and once again transport it from the desktop or your laptop into Zotero. So how do we do that? Please click the option File, and then click the option Import. And it asks where do you want to import from. By default, whatever is the option, you can use that. And there is this PubMed COVID-19.set txt format. And I just click open and say continue. And now it has created a folder with all the selected articles. Now it has come into Zotero. Anybody wants me to repeat this step? Okay. So if you want to use Zotero, I'm not sure, but it supports TXT format, text format, RIS format. These are common formats. Sorry, I'm not very sure of that, but I'm for sure that these formats work. And in many of the other databases permit downloads in that RIS format. That is one of the standard formats which is available across multiple other databases. Like for example, the one I showed that permits download only in RIS format. It does not give any other option. Right. So similarly, this kind of a format, and one more thing that I'll be showing you is a BibTeX format. This BibTeX and RIS format are standard formats which are interusable with multiple reference management softwares. Can be used with EndNote, can be used with Mendeley, can be used with Zotero. So having it in that particular format, it will help us to import wherever we want to. Or if you are going to send it to someone else who does not have Zotero but has got EndNote, they'll also be able to use it directly. So that is one of the reasons why we suggest using this TXT RIS BibTeX format for ease of usability among a wide group of collaborators. Please. A separate folder was created. Yes, I'll come to that as well shortly. Okay, so before that, just one more time, since ma'am wanted me to just quickly repeat this step. So just telling another way to download articles. So what I'm doing is just clicking the ones that I want and clicking save. This option called save. The format in which you want, I just chosen PubMed or TXT format. And just clicked create file. If you click create file, it will say citations download short startly, and it has downloaded here. And we'll be able to see it in a folder. Here in mine, it is there in downloads. In mine, it is in downloads. So now it is in downloads folder. I have to bring it into Zotero. So I'm going back to Zotero, clicking file, clicking import, and it says some of the default options are BibTeX, RIS, Zotero, RDF, etc. It also includes TXT. So we just need to say continue. In the download folder, this is the file that I had chosen. This I have downloaded from the web page. Just click open, clicking continue, and done, it says a new folder now has come in with the 3 articles. Okay. Yeah, one of the questions raised was now this is created as a new folder. So whenever we are importing it somewhere else, whenever we are exporting it into desktop and bringing in it to Zotero, it creates a new folder. Should we leave as it is, or should we merge it with the previous parent folder because everything is connected to this particular topic of SRMA workshop, for example? What do you feel? How many of you feel that we can just leave it as 2 different folders? Nobody. How many of you feel it merge? Okay. Yeah. One suggestion, not saying mandatory, is to leave it as separate folders. I'll tell you the reason. Because when you are going to draw a prisma diagram, a flow chart that we were just showing, it will say that so many title abstracts were screened from PubMed. So many were taken from Embase. So many from other non-database sources. So if you want all these individual numbers, it is better to have everything as individual folders so that at a later date, if you want to pick up the numbers from each of them, you can easily do it. Whereas if you merge it now, then you can't go back and find out how many did I actually get from PubMed, how many did I get from Embase or any other Cochrane central database that you can't go back. Instead, keep it as different folders. Later on, once you have done with everything, if you think it is no longer required, then you can merge it. For now, you can keep it as different folders. And I can suggest what else can be done. We can keep them as subfolders. Keep one mega folder saying SRMA workshop, and under that a subfolder. This is PubMed. Another subfolder. This is Embase. Subfolder. This is central. Like that. Or next one, non database references. Like that, you can create multiple subfolders. Okay. Now let me tell you how we can make that subfolder. Or before going into subfolder, let's see how we can rename it. This particular one gives a name PubMed COVID-19, which I don't want it in that format. I'll just rename it to PubMed. So how do I do that? Windows users, you just need to right click. Just choose that folder, right click, and choose the option rename collection. And I'll just put it as PubMed. Say OK. So now that new collection that we had made, I've changed it as PubMed. Now, how do I make this PubMed as a subfolder into SRMA workshop? That step is also pretty simple, easy. Just click this PubMed folder option, drag it, and just put it into SRMA workshop. So you have this SRMA workshop. Under that, you have a subfolder saying PubMed. Under PubMed, you have the ones that you already have. So this way you can just sort. It's just like pretty much simple, like anybody who is very familiar with using laptops, just like dragging, dropping, creating new folders, renaming folders. All pretty simple, but just telling that all these features are also present in Zotero. That's all. Yes. So that's what we'll come to next. Okay. So now when we did, we deliberately included one single article twice. Of course, this can naturally happen because many of those that are found at PubMed, there will be about 30-40% or even more overlap with Embase or any other databases. So we need to make sure that those overlaps are or duplicates are removed. Suppose if I'm going to say, of course, this is one form of a duplication. The same article being indexed both in PubMed and Embase will appear twice in our search because we search PubMed separately, Embase search separately. So we'll get duplicate. That is one form of a duplicate. It's possible that someone has deliberately published the same article in 2 different journals. May have happened. We may say no. Probably we may not do so. But we can't say no because people may want more publications. They may think that it may go undetected. this is a non-indexed journal. Let me send it to an indexed journal. They may not be able to find because it is non-indexed. Things can happen. We should have our views wide open. So in that case, will it pick it up? Will the software pick up as a duplicate? And people may not do the same, may not give the same topic, same list of authors when they are going to publish it as a duplicate one. What they'll do is they will slightly change the topic or change the order of the authors so as to make it look new. Can happen. Some malpractices is possible. So in that case, the software will not be able to pick it up as a duplicate. So a duplicate it will pick up only as long as it is the same title, same list of authors. If it is there, it will pick up as a duplicate. Similarly, another scenario. Suppose if I'm doing a study on COVID-19, one study is on hospital outcomes, what happened to them at the time of hospital discharge. Another study I just do a follow up of the same patients at the end of 6 months and I report it as another study. Will these two be considered different studies, same study, duplicate study? Yes, both are different studies. But if we look at the PICO statement, what is different in these two studies? Only the outcome is different. The population exposure control, all are the same. The outcome is different. One, I have published it as a short term outcome. One, I have published it as a long term outcome. So, population exposure or intervention control, appropriate to the question, is going to be the same. Outcome alone is going to be different. Are we going to delete the second study? No, because it is giving a different aspect. So we may have to club these two studies together in that case as a single study, giving two different outcomes rather than deleting one. So there are various scenarios. So we should decide, we should have a clear picture rather than just jumping and deleting a duplicates so as to decrease the number of articles. We should keep a careful thought as to which will amount to duplicacy, should be removed, which should be merged. All these should be taken into consideration before we remove duplicates. Currently, now we are in the initial stage only. The software, as I said, will only delete duplicates, which are actually of the identical names and authors. So how do we do that? If we just keep going down, there is an option saying duplicate items. In the first column, just towards the lower thing, under the My Library, there is an option saying duplicate items, which you click. Fortunately, in My Library, there are plenty of duplicate items. It depends on how your library would show. So in this particular thing, it has listed what are all the duplicate items that are there in My Library as a whole. So let me just show what happens. The first one, comprehensive review of COVID-19. If I click that, it will also highlight the other duplicate which has automatically been detected by the software. So it has picked up both. And it gives information about both. So one was downloaded on 27th August at 8:50, one at 27th August at 8:51. So, and if you click both, this is the first one, and if I click the second one, it gives the identical title, author, abstract, everything. So either of these versions, if I click, it's giving me exactly the identical description. So now I am sure that both are the same. So now I can definitely, I'm sure that I need to delete duplicates. So I'm going to click this option called merge two items. On top of the right corner, there is an option saying merge two items. So just click merge two items and the duplicacy is removed. So yes, this duplicates is from the whole of your library. It's not within a single folder alone. Data. Yes, it will club everything together and will remove duplicacies. Correct. Okay. 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 Here, suppose if you have two different folders for two different studies, in that case, whether you want to remove duplicates or not, okay. In that case, it becomes a difficulty. In that case, I would suggest that You don't that you will have to see. That's why you will have to carefully look at what are those versions. If it is likely that you would have created one version for one project at a different point of time, another at a different point of time. In that case, you may want both of it to be preserved. But here it is back to back within the next 1 minute or so. So I am sure that it is within the same folder. I don't need this anymore. I'm sure, so I am merging it and deleting it, deleting the duplicate. But if in for your project, if you have two different, entirely different studies, but this is a common reference and you are aware of it, it will tell you the versions of those two. So you will be a little bit more careful before deleting one of those. Okay. That it will not show. Does not show because it's searching from the entire library. It does not pick up as to which folder it is coming. Any questions so far? It won't remove. You are asking this particular software. It will not automatically remove duplicates for the reasons that we mentioned. Whether we really want the duplicates to be removed, there is some control on us also. Otherwise, it will happen automatically. And there is a chance, as ma'am said, one folder, if ma'am feels that it's important in both folders and it automatically removes, it's always better. Even in the advent of AI, we also should have some control onto it. Otherwise, it just happens by itself. Some autonomicity, too much of autonomicity, also can be a little bit harmful sometimes. Yes, so that also is a problem, especially if it is within the same folder, it will cause problems. If it is within the same folder, it will cause problems. So in that case, yes, even if you're going to cite the same article, you use the first version in one citation and the second version in another citation. It may take it as two different numbers and it can cause confusion. That's why in that scenario, for example, in my scenario, where both are in the same folder, I will have to delete one that is there. On the delete folder completely, then it will be difficult. I mean, you can't retrieve the same folder again. Accidentally, you delete one. When you want to delete, it will ask you whether you definitely want to delete, and then it says whether it's, yeah, we can cancel it. Yeah, accidentally deleting. I mean, there can be one safeguard. Suppose if, for example, this is not synced with the server, there is a possibility that you may be able to do something. But accidentally deleting also, it will usually go out of the reference management software. Then you'll have to redo it. Okay. Next step, what ma'am was asking, or sir was also asking. Now, all these searches that we have done is only in our laptop. So, how can we make? Suppose if this laptop crashes, when can we retrieve all these? So that can be done. For that, what we need to do is we'll have to set up this syncing. So in mine, there is an option which pops up saying setup syncing. If you have not done before, this pop-up will appear in yellow in horizontal. It will say setup syncing. But if it does not appear, what you will have to do is you'll have to, there will be an option saying file. Yeah, so it is different in Windows and MacBook users. So for those who are using MacBook, you will have to click this Zotero icon and then click settings. Zotero icon and settings. But for Windows users, leave it is edit and there will be a last option saying preferences. You click edit and the last option would be preferences. Otherwise, it is Zotero and the icon settings. Settings, okay. Yeah, I think there are two versions of Zotero. Each one of it gives differently. One version gives settings, one gives preferences. Otherwise, it goes to settings and preferences. And some changes, some simple changes. But once we click that, we will get these options which are pretty similar across all operating systems. So in that, the second option is sync, where if you have not created a Zotero account before, you need to click create account. Click create account. It will take you to the Zotero page where you will be able to register, create a username and a password. And you'll have to put your email information, password. And it may send a verification email to your email account and then you verify. Then you will be able to create a username and password. So why is it important to do this step? Tom said if you do this step, it automatically syncs with Zotero Web. Meaning whatever searches or whatever you have saved in your laptop so far will also be saved in the web. So even if this particular laptop crashes, if I go buy a new one or if I reset this, and if I put in the same username and password, I will be able to retrieve all the files and folders once again back into my laptop. So any large projects or even any search that you do, you're going working with Zotero, would suggest that you sync or you create a username and password, sync it with the server so that you don't lose it at a later time. Okay. Yes, please. Two persons do not need to do a search, but each and every article, the best practice is that two of them should screen the title and abstract and then the full text. I think yes, we will come to that. That is possible. So we will come to that. That was the aspect of collaboration that we were discussing about. So that is also possible. We'll come to that. Sir. I'm not currently showing sync option because it will take a long time then for everything to get downloaded into this laptop. I'm just leaving it alone for now. Any questions about syncing? Can we proceed further? Given that we are dealing with a systematic review meta-analysis workshop, we also know that it's not only from databases we are going to get information. We'll also get sporadically from other people. Say if we go to a conference, meet an expert, they'll also say, did you read this paper which was recently published? So in that way also you might get one or two papers that just by conversations or contacts you may get it. And they may just share with you the PMID or DOI. DOI, digital object identifier. So if they just share you through a text or a WhatsApp, just the PMID or the DOI, how do we get that into? How do we get that into Zotero? So that is the next demonstration that we are going to have. So for that we need a PMID or a DOI. So just go to PubMed. Let's see if I copy one PMID. SML all down. Yeah, I could see one PMID here. So what I'm going to do is just copy that PMID number, or you can copy the DOI. I'm just copying this PMID number, just selecting it. And I open Zotero. And in Zotero, there are some 4 or 5 icons in the middle. So in that, the second icon from the left, which is like a slanting pencil or pen with a plus sign. And if we place the cursor, it will show add item by identifier. Please click that icon. And then an option will pop up saying enter DOI, ISBN, PMID, or whatever it is. So you just need to copy that number. Sorry, paste that number. Just enter. Put it in my library and then follow the basic principles. I should have actually kept this SRMA workshop folder open and then click this icon, enter this number and say enter. It automatically brings up this particular article. It extracts from the web and brings it directly into it. Okay. Yeah, this as an example I gave you, just if you are getting in through context. From PubMed, we usually use the usual scenario, usual form of downloading. This was, I just gave an example of non-database search. If in case you get, in case something gets missed, I mean, none of the search is going to be 100%. You still are likely to miss one or two, even if you do a very systematic search. That is the reason in a systematic review, we say that it is not sufficient you do a database search alone. You also actively look for other sources. So in such case, if one missed item, you are able to get it like this. You can use this way just to put it inside PMID and just integrate it. Yes, sir. Yeah. That will be the next video. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, sir. So it will show up it will just highlight which one of those you want to merge or you don't want to merge. If you click one, it will highlight 2 or 3 of these options, which you can select and then decide to merge or deduplicate. Okay, so PMID, any doubts? It's pretty simple. So next, sir was asking if we have a PDF, can we export, can we bring it directly into Zotero? Of course, we will have some people sending online PDFs through email. So how do we do that? Mhm. So for that, we need a PDF. So for Zotero to pick up a PDF, it should be from an authentic source. If we download it from some pirated website, SciHub and all, it may or may not work with Zotero, so that we can't predict. But as long as it is an authentic copy, a original PDF article, Zotero should be able to do what best it can. Of course, in the website or in the forums, they have mentioned that extracting data from a PDF is not as good as it is from a web page, but it does make an attempt, and we'll see how best it functions. So for that, yes, yes. Yes. So if sometimes if it is an authentic copy, it usually tries to pick up. We'll see if it functions now with one of the freely available articles. Let me just click this particular one, and I'll try to download this PDF. So this is one authentic PDF which I'm just trying to download. No. Hopefully this PDF is less than 1 MB, so hopefully should not take long. So this is one particular article. It's a PDF. I'm just going to download this PDF into my desktop or laptop. Saving it in this folder AIIMS Bhopal. Just save. So now I have downloaded a PDF from PubMed and it is in my it's in my desktop. So how do I bring it into Zotero? Very simple. So I just save it in desktop. Yes, but they wanted to know if it is a PDF from the desktop, how it would work. We didn't have hazardly that it is making. Yeah, thank you. So this is the particular PDF that I need to take it to Zotero. So I'm just going to do is just choose this PDF and drag it and put it into the folder where it needs to go. I'm just going to choose this SRMA workshop and just put it there. So initially it is showing it is main.pdf. And after a while, just a few seconds, what it has done is it has synced with the web browser and automatically extracted all the data from the web. So I just dragged and dropped this PDF into SRMA folder, but it synced with the browser and identified that it is Porter et al. And all the abstract journal information, everything that has got extracted automatically just by copying and pasting a PDF. As they themselves have claimed, sometimes it doesn't extract it to the best possible. So what they have advised is just to make sure that have a read, just to clarify if it is the title, the author's names, everything is correct before we proceed further with using it for citation. So that is one step which is better done. We manually verify it also before we cite it. Will the PDF get imported? Yes, it will get imported, especially if a free version is available. It will get imported automatically. So, for which if we just need to you carefully look at it, there is this particular icon which will keep rolling periodically. Because I have not synced it with one thing. It will keep scrolling periodically. And if you see in your laptops, you may be able to see multiple PDFs here. Whatever are available as a PDF, you will be able to see those PDF icons automatically there. So the PDFs also usually keep getting downloaded along with it. But it should be a free version. Okay. One more last search, hopefully from a searching perspective. Suppose we do get a very old journal or a very old article which is not available as an electronic version. It's only available as a hard copy which you can manually scan it. Whether those details will be extracted by Zotero, unfortunately, no, because it does not have the functionality of decoding what is there in the scanned version and all. So, but what do we do about that? Is there any way that we can do what best we can with this available software? Yes, we can. What we need to do is do a manual entry. So, how to do a manual entry of such an article is what I'm going to show you now. So, for that, there are a series of middle icons left. So, you need to choose this small plus green plus icon at the top. You will need to click that, and it gives you multiple options whether it is book section, document, journal article, etc. Because we will most likely be dealing with a journal article for a systematic review meta-analysis. So what will happen if we choose this journal article? It will open a blank space, a blank document, and if you see the right side, the info is completely blank. So you can manually type in. So I can say review of COVID-19. That is the title of this. And we also manually enter the author's names. So it says where you need to enter the last author's name. The last author's name, I'm just saying, I'm putting some imaginary names. But as you start typing, if you already have some author's names already in your library, it will also start popping up. So if it is a familiar name, if you are already aware, you can type that as well. Putting some name. And if you need to add authors' names, you can use this small plus icon. Keep adding authors' names. And if you want to type the abstract, you can type in the abstract yourself. Maybe a bit of a task. But at least the bare minimum, the pages, volume, issue, all those can be filled in. So, volume, page number. Fine. Because if it can PDF, not extract any possible. So, bare minimum, and that we abstract. As you as I am typing the name of the, then it is automatically all these are getting up as I am typing. It keeps being updated as that is obvious. It's case like it. Now you have labeled everything manually, but you do have a scan copy with possible to attach that copy. Yes, it is that what you need. You have to click this particular manually take that, and on top there is an option as 50 pin kind of an icon, the attachment icon. You need to click that, and it will give you an option attach copy of that to laptop. Yeah, there you will that, and that PDF actually attached to. And if you are not getting electronic version, a hard copy, manually scan it, attach it, the PDF. Covering most of the possible. How do we? Yes, textbook references. Yes, work. If it is an authentic e-version of a textbook, say for example, if I'm going to access it through Access Medicine, I'm just going to type Access Medicine to see if I can look at any of the medical textbooks and how does it appear in Zotero. I'm just choosing Harrison's textbooks. I'm just choosing one particular chapter. If this is the chapter, you could note that here the Zotero icon, which was initially showing like a journal article or a folder, actually has taken the form of a book. So if you just click this, it will automatically get imported. And you see that in the library, it appears as the practice of medicine. And of course, the first editor's name, it says the editor's the, so that I'll probably delete. So the other editors' details have all been included. The chapter, some texts have been have come up automatically. The book title, the edition, date, when it was accessed, and where it was accessed. All those information are automatically included. So if it is an authentic version available from a publishers, then Zotero does pick it up automatically. But if not, if it is a hard copy of a book, then as I told you, manually enter a journal article, you can do it manually. You can choose the option manual option, and instead of journals, you just need to choose book, and then you will have to manually type in the book's name, the chapter's name, everything. Yes, so that is the next step that we are going to discuss. So, how do we collaborate with others? So, for that, there is just as we created a folder, just beside that, there is a brown color folder. If you can look at it, there is a brown color folder with a small plus sign. And if you click that, it gives you an option saying new group. You click that option called new group. If you click the new group, it will take you to the Zotero website and you will have to log in there. And once you log in, it will ask you whether you want to create a new group. So you can put in a new group here, so demo group, and it will tell you how you want the group to be, whether should be public that everybody can see, or whether it should be a private membership where only the designated or the invited uh, investigators are supposed to come in. So you can choose whatever you want, and then you can just click create group. Once you create group, okay, the name I have probably used it already. It should be a unique name which nobody else also should have used. Sorry, sir. Name also seems to be taken. If you just create a unique name, then it goes further. So lunch SRMA workshop works. So then it'll decide, you can save some settings and you can change member settings, group settings, the library settings, and then it will ask you if who all need to be invited. So under the member settings, you can just send invites. So if I just say send more invitations, I can add people's email addresses. So an automated email goes to the individuals whom you send it to. No group is it? Yes. So the new group option will be in the Zotero one. In Zotero, there is this brown color icon. Okay. Okay. If for some reason if you don't get it, new collection, it usually goes to that. But this yellow icon, new library. Okay, yeah, it should. Yeah, yeah. So in new library, it will give an option saying new group, and if you click this new group, it takes you to the website. And in the website, if you log in, and if the group name is available, it will take you to the member settings section. And in the member settings section, you can send invites to other people so that all of you can together manage this particular one library. That library will appear below. Just below all the individual your libraries, it will appear below here as group libraries. And there, if you click that, your collaborator could add studies into that. You can add studies into that. You can type in some comments, they can type in some comments. So all those things can happen. That is the functioning of collaboration, which is possible with Zotero. Any questions so far? Yes. So if you want a report, you can just go to that website and just click that Zotero icon. That is the same process that you do for any other article, but you need to do it for getting that as well. So how it will appear is this particular has been taken from this particular website, and this website was accessed on this date, and this is the web link for that website. That's how it will extract the details into it. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. PDF. Yes, yes, sir. So web page, it does not. That there is unfortunately no definite solution. So in that case, what we will need to do is we'll have to make some editing. Manual editing is manually we can edit it. Whatever information it extracts, we can leave it as such. Just as I did for the book section, also there was some error. You picked up the first author's name as editor, which is actually in the editor's so and so names. Even the editor word got picked up as editor. So those kinds of small errors does happen. So that's why we'll have to manually also overcome it, and we'll have to enter some details manually. That has happened with some references. Yes. So any further questions? Yes. So how to create a bibliography? Uh, uh, that I can briefly, quickly go through that now. So I thought most of you have already worked with reference management software, so I thought I will probably not go into that. And also, the next session, what we are going to do actually is directly import these references into RevMan. But still, I can just quickly show you how we can go with that. into a Google document. I don't have Word in this. So the question was how to cite references. So before citing references, I also wanted to show you a couple of other things which are important from a perspective of a systematic review. So what are the other functions that we can specifically use is one is called the tag function. No, sir. The group it will not automatically get exported. So what we have done so far is for your individual group. So once you create a new group, it is like creating a new library or a new folder. In that you have to keep that open and then do your search. So whatever search that yes, and then you will have to transfer whatever is relevant. If you think you can just drag and drop into this particular folder. Alternatively, if that is an entirely different project, you will have to start afresh to add articles into that particular group. Sure, I'll cover. Yes, yes, that's true. Once again, being a free software, it does not allow too many groups or too many members into it. There is a cap to it. So the minute it crosses, I think 300 MB or something, then it will stop unless you pay $20 or something like that. So there is some catch. So we'll also have to judiciously make use of functionality that is available free of cost. So just to tell you a few, just a couple of other things. There is an option called tags. Just click one of these articles and just clicking this option called tags. So in this tags, you can create some tags for grouping studies. Suppose in the context of a systematic review meta-analysis, you are excluding some abstracts and including some titles and abstracts. How can we best use this? We can add some tags saying this is an included study and excluded study. So for this particular one, the practice of medicine, say for example, I'll just type it as an excluded study. So I'm just going to click add tag and say excluded and just say enter. And for another one, say this neighborhood socioeconomic disadvantage, there are some automatic tags which are automatically detected by Zotero. So that will automatically appear. So we'll ignore that for the time being. What we'll concentrate is on add a new tag. So just need to click add and just say this is included and say yes. Enter. And if I'm going to screen another article and if I'm going to tag add, if I start typing INCLU, it automatically gives me an option saying it is included. It pops up whether you want it to use the same tag called included. So I just click included and say yes. So like this, for each one of these titles and abstracts, you can just keep tagging them as included, excluded, excluded, included, so that you can also theoretically do this title abstract screening automatically in Zotero also with the use of a free software. It's also possible. And finally, if you want to find out what are all the included studies, there is an option here, this search icon. So click search, and instead of title, I just put tag and say included. And say search, it will tell me all the two studies that I've just tagged as included comes as included studies, and whatever I have tagged as excluded will come as excluded studies. That way, you can do some simple title abstract screening also with this software. So there are, as I said, there are other softwares which will permit blinding. It will give you a third reviewer, anonymous voting. All those are possible, but that may not be possible doing in Zotero. But some simple things can still be done with Zotero. And also, I quickly, not more than 2 minutes, I know I am already 5 minutes past. If there is a PDF, there is also a possibility that we can insert some comments, select some comments, highlight some comments. Those options are also available. I'll not discuss that in detail. There are some icons in the middle that can be used to select some icons, comment some, insert some comments. So if you are reading the full text abstract, you're already reading it. Suppose you want to say that randomization is not done, well done. You can just add a comment there itself so that the next time when you're going to extract data or do a risk of bias, which you will be discussing tomorrow, you already have written it here. So you can easily pick it up and you don't need to waste too much of time reading it all over again. Because when you're reading hundreds of articles, you will not remember which one showed which and all those things. So that purpose also is a little bit served by using Zotero as a PDF viewer also. So that is also another use that you can make use of. Yes, please. Tag is it? Sure, sure. Creating a tag and how to export, how to identify tagging articles. Sure. So you just need to click one of those articles and you see the information. You just read the title and the abstract. You think it is probably an included study. Now you have to click tags, TAGS. That is the third icon on the right side column and click add tags. Add tags. So it will open up a new option. In that you can just click included. Just select that and click enter. Now you will see that this included tag also got added to the pre-existing tags. To retrieve it, you need to click this search icon that shows advanced search. And instead of title, I choose tags and I type included option and click search. So it will list all the articles that I have already tagged with included studies. So will it be okay if I can just demonstrate citation alone for a couple of minutes? I'm extremely sorry for encroaching upon the lunch time. Just demonstrating in Google document because I don't have Word in this particular laptop. So in your Word document, you should be able to see this option called Zotero, which automatically comes in. You don't need to do anything. It automatically gets plugged in with Microsoft Word and Google document. So how to use this citation is type in a sentence. And for this particular one, as I need to do a citation, click Zotero. The icon appearance will be a little bit different, but the options will remain the same. You will have to choose the first icon to your left, which will show as add or edit citation in your Microsoft Word document. Just need to choose add or edit citation. Because I'm doing it in Google Docs, it wants everything to be integrated, signing in everything one more time. But this, it will take you to sorry. Once it takes it to hard citation, I have a Google kind of a search box appearing. Got that? In that, there will be a Z icon. Just beside that Z icon, there is a small arrow. You click that, there will be two options, and the second option would be classic view. And if you click classic view, it will open up the Zotero folder, and it will give you the option to choose an article. You just need to choose that particular one article and say OK. We're able to click add citation. Add citation. A search box kind of red color thing opens up. Sir. Okay, sorry. So the first time you are doing it in a Word document, it will ask you what is the citation style. By default, it may have chosen Vancouver or something. The first time that you choose, it will ask you for the citation style. So most common citation style is Vancouver, but it depends on the journal. So you will have to choose that. You can do it later on. You can choose one now, and we'll work on it. Changing the style, we can do it just by a click later on. Also, I quickly show that as well.
We have our own collections. I go to add or edit citations. So this is my paper. As soon as I type this thing, takes me to my paper diagnostic imaging and POTS disease of the spine. I select this thing. You have the citation which is there. I return this thing. It cites and add or remove the bibliography. You can organize. Only because of the linking that's the problem, but the process is same. Want a Vancouver AMS style, whatever style you want, help you. And there is one more thing that I want to. We had a question with respect to duplication. Who was there who had a problem with whether we have to duplicate and how, if we are going ahead with deduplication, can we go ahead with deletions or not? Okay, so for this, we need to understand how the Zotero collection library is made. Very important. I'll show you an example by my auto citation, so that will clarify the issue. Just focus on this first paper, vitamin D status in patients with tuberculous meningitis. Okay. It's there in the citations in the Cochrane one, there, in tuberculous meningitis. In my third folder, also included this. It's present at multiple places. So when I am going ahead with a deduplication, this is a library deduplication. It's not a deduplication which will delete something from somewhere. Just as you have a connection folder in your laptop, which is of music, of songs, you create multiple. You're playing your songs with a playlist. तो आपने उसी सॉन्ग के फोल्डर से 5 या 6 प्लेलिस्ट बना लें. क्या 100 सॉन्ग्स थे, तो आपने बॉलीवुड के 100 जो सॉन्ग्स थे उसमें से 20 बॉलीवुड के सॉन्ग्स थे, 20 क्लासिकल थे, हॉलीवुड आपने करके ऐसे कर लिया. डिलीटिंग द प्लेलिस्ट डज नॉट मीन यू आर डिलीटिंग द सॉन्ग्स. तो जो लाइब्रेरी पे एक्स्ट्रा लोड ना पड़े, केवल उसका डिलीशन होता है. At the back end, what is happening with the Zotero collection, and this is a separate model. Now, what I'll do is to impress upon this point, I've created this file. You go to the duplicate items. This is a huge. So, what I did, I played with this polymorphism and tuberculous meningitis. It appears 7 times. So, what it will do is when I merge the items, okay, when I merge the items, it does not mean that it has deleted from my individual libraries. It is there. बट जो उसकी लाइब्रेरी में मल्टीपल कॉपीज जो थी वो हटा दी उसने. Okay, so till the time you have the last article cited in your folder, you will have the item available in your library. This is the take home. Okay, तो वो डीडुप्लीकेशन इंडिविजुअल में करेगा बट दिस विल नॉट डिलीट. तो अब जब आप उसको डीडुप्लीकेशन के अंदर जाएंगे तो नहीं मिलेगा. बट तो ये बैक एंड पे क्या है कि कनेक्ट कर दिया है हर जगह से, लेकिन वो हर जगह अवेलेबल नहीं है. उस मास्टर फाइल में अवेलेबल रहेगा. तो जब आपके पास मल्टीपल लाइब्रेरीज का ऑप्शन होता है तब ये इशू सॉल्व हो जाता है. यू हैव अ सिंगल लाइब्रेरी जो मास्टर लाइब्रेरी, तो उसका जो आर्काइव होगा उसके अंदर पेपर प्रेजेंट.
Thank you, sir, for the clarification. Uh, any questions so far? I know it may have been a bit ramped up session because Zotero by itself take a very few hours, or it can by itself can be a day session. We just thought we'll just focus on relevant things, relevant work, systematic review, meta-analysis, rather than going through every other functionality of Zotero. Questions, comments? Not how to import bibliography. That's what's said. Add bibliography. It will automatically keep listing out all the cited ones below. I can clarify during lunch times. Yes. If you just want all the bibliography of that folder alone to be copied and pasted, that also can be done. Just like right click create bibliography and just paste it in a Word document. That is also possible. Notice. Yeah. Sorry, sir. Hyperlinks. Uh, Not sure. I'll have to find out. Sorry. Yeah.
Link with the library database so that if you search in EndNote or Zotero, it will search all the database which is available in the institute. So there is actually a provision in the bibliographic software where you can link with the institute. So how are we? How do you? Yeah, a MyLoft is there. Software. There's about content. Now in that also there is a sync option, like where sync the software that you can just show that because my question is they are like participants are from different institutes. Now each institute library is having their own subscription. Somebody is having full subscription of how to link the reference manager software with this repository so that the work becomes less time consuming.
As ma'am also said, one option is the mile of icon. If it is also integrated with the browser. So we just need to use that MyLove software username password, which will subscribe to all the articles available in that particular institution. So if you use a username software, you integrate the extension into the browser, whatever that we browse and do with Zotero and the browser, if a full text is available in that particular institution, it will get automatically downloaded as a PDF into Zotero. So if you have access, that will automatically happen if we connect it through this. Yes. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.